BioWare's Dragon Age Origins was a heavy hitter in terms of sales for the company and its publisher, and quickly established a new IP for the developer alongside its critically acclaimed Mass Effect series. EA being EA then decided that since Star Wars: The Old Republic had been delayed by 2 years, that BioWare would have to compensate their losses by forcing out Dragon Age 2 in 16 months. The publisher admitted later that this hastiness might have led to the team losing a chunk of their initial audience, but hey, money is money. This led BioWare to a crossroads: either strike up a new IP to stand alongside its previous successes, continue to expand on the world and ideas that were brought to the table in their 2005 game Jade Empire, or try again to expand on the world of Dragon Age. The choice became obvious pretty quickly, as creating a new IP would be too much work and take too long for the developer's EA overlords, and Jade Empire simply didn't have enough draw when compared to Dragon Age. So BioWare got to work, conceptualizing their ideas in 2011 after Dragon Age 2's release and beginning full-time development in 2012. Their first hurdle was the engine. Origins was built using the developer's Eclipse engine, which was already struggling to compete with what you could find in other games in 2009. Dragon Age 2 used a slight upgrade of the same engine, again causing the graphics of the game to fall behind when stacked against competitors. So for Inquisition, the Dragon Age team decided to approach Battlefield developer DICE for their engine, Frostbite 3. The idea was that if they could successfully harness Frostbite, EA wouldn't have to rely on licensing out Unreal Engine like they had with Mass Effect. This caused a mess of issues, and the learning curve was strenuous enough for the team to cancel the final planned DLC for Dragon Age 2, along with their free-to-play online multiplayer game Blackfoot. To be fair, this was the first time that this engine was being used for something as expansive as an RPG, and as such didn't have the tools to accommodate assets like save files, player stats, cutscenes, and conversations. On top of that, DICE was constantly updating the engine for their own games but not sharing the new builds with BioWare, causing the test build of Inquisition to become increasingly unstable. The only initial upside when it came to the engine was that the environment artists were going hog wild on cranking out some amazing looking areas to traverse. They were always the first done among the various teams assembling the game, and they were always eager to crank out new ideas. It doesn't stop there though, as EA once again proved its case for earning the back-to-back title of Consumerist's worst company in America, forcing BioWare to commit the same mistake that later hindered CDPR. Releasing the game on previous-gen consoles. As it turns out, previous-gen console sales of Inquisition wound up encompassing 10% of total sales. But hey, money is money. The only benefit that BioWare had with this hurdle was the fact that they weren't consistently promising its players certain features. Meaning that many new systems that worked completely fine on newer consoles had to be stripped for the game to be consistent across the PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and PC. Included in these removed systems were fully destructible environments, and a war simulation mode which would have the player interacting with strongholds in order to maintain military strength in an area. While these new ideas were demonstrated at PAX Prime in 2013, the excuse given for their removal was that they would hinder the ever-important gameplay flow. While that excuse was a cover-up for the real reason, it was later revealed by the creative director and executive producer that the whole thing was staged. That the gameplay showcased at PAX was a scripted demo that was closer to a cinematic than actual gameplay. Its entire purpose was to show the fans that Inquisition was going to be better than its predecessor, and to exude a bit of ironic transparency after Dragon Age 2's negative reception which haunted BioWare throughout Inquisition's development process. As development time began to get closer to the deadline, BioWare had to appeal to EA once again, as the team couldn't even get a playable version of the game working in its first handful of years. For once, EA was semi-reasonable, agreeing that they didn't want another Dragon Age 2 to grace the gaming industry if they could prevent it. The publisher was desperately trying to win back some semblance of a neutral public image, and allowed BioWare to push the release back to late 2014. DICE began better cooperating with its engine updates, and the Dragon Age team began pulling everything together after an arduous start. Now the team was firing on all cylinders, ballooning to over 200 people and trying to create a game that rivaled Skyrim in terms of expansiveness and things to do. Every major part of the team was trying to come up with stuff for the player to do, trying to create a gigantic world, and trying to get away from games that had been shrinking in scope since Baldur's Gate 2. This focus on creating something big while not being able to playtest for the first 2 years led to many quests having very little impact or consequence on the world state. But the team persevered on, trying to get out of the shadow of the backlash that stemmed from Dragon Age 2 in general and Mass Effect 3's ending. They brought back features that Origins had and 2 didn't. They gave the PC version a different interface to make it appear as if consoles weren't holding the game back. They focused once again on the player character affecting the world directly, instead of having the world affect the player character like Hawk in Dragon Age 2. And after all was said and done, Inquisition finally released in North America on November 18, 2014. Reception was much better this time around, with the game being credited as revitalizing the series after the stumble that was the second game. But more importantly to EA, Dragon Age Inquisition went on to become the best-selling BioWare game of all time, proving that you can fuck around with BioWare all you want, they'll still produce gold if you squeeze them hard enough. It just goes to show, if EA had hammered their developers as hard as they could with tough deadlines, engine switches, demands for previous-gen console development, and so on, then Anthem would have been brilliant. I never played Dragon Age Inquisition. I loved Origins, felt decently good about 2, and then just had other shit to do by the time Inquisition came out looking like an MMO with a missing M. Yeah, I've always been intrigued, but never enough to shill out the money required to experience Skyrim with Darkspawn. I actually recall hearing about people being generally disappointed with the questing, and my only real experience with the game was watching my younger brother running around a big grassy field. So I wrote it off, didn't think about it, didn't care. And well, something about creating multiple hour-long videos on the other 2 games had me experiencing random interactions with people who claimed to love the game despite its flaws. I've made it this far, and Dreadwolf seems to be coming down the pipe one of these years. Might as well catch up. In this video, I'll be playing through Dragon Age Inquisition. I'll be analyzing its strengths and weaknesses, giving feedback on its story and writing, and overall evaluating on whether or not I think it's worth playing or needed to be reworked. I won't be playing through every little quest or objective because I've been told that I'll go crazy if I do, but I will at least try to hit the stuff that's worth doing as best I can. Before I begin, I'll note that I have a sponsor with Raycon around the, 2-hour mark, so try not to be too alarmed. So here we are again, the main menu of a 200-hour-long game. Thankfully, this one is very pretty, as BioWare decided to take the general role-playing feeling from Origins and tuned it up to be a lot more stylized. You start with a race, be it human, elf, dwarf, or Qunari, interestingly enough. I have to say, as soon as I heard that I could be a Qunari, that was always going to be my choice. Classes follow the same rule of thumb as they have throughout the series, giving you your basic options and allowing you to pick up subclasses later on. In terms of character origins, there seems to be 4 solid backgrounds for each race, with a slight twist depending on if they're a mage. Since I'm playing as a Qunari warrior, I'm gonna stick with outlining that background. Though it is worth noting that I've definitely heard praise for the female elven mage background, mages in general, and the human background. With the Qunari though, there's only one way for it to make sense, starting as a Talvashoth mercenary. I do have to say that choosing a Qunari mage has a lot of really fun implications attached to it as well, since my guy would likely have his mouth sewn shut and have to obey a keeper at all times if he had stuck with following the Qun. Also worth noting that you can head over to a companion site to the game that basically has you filling in your choices from the previous 2 games and DLCs. It's surprisingly thorough and involved a lot of minor things that I actually had to think about to remember fully. Honestly, it's a really cool touch, though I'm not sure how much of an impact it'll have on Inquisition's world yet. The game kicks off with a character creator where I have to fight my guy looking sad at all times. I don't know if I succeeded, but he's mine regardless. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get over a Qunari with a lumberjack beard though. After stumbling through what seems to be the Fade, my guy follows a sentient lightning bolt back to Thedas. Then he gets captured by Liliana and Cassandra, who seem to retain their roles as servants of the Orlesian Divine. Cassandra plays the bad cop as usual, interrogating our guy and explaining to him that a giant explosion has caused a huge rift to open up into the Fade. This breach seems to be expanding slowly, threatening all of Thedas. As if that wasn't enough motivation, we covered the selfish route too when she explains that we're linked to this breach, and that this link is slowly killing us. Thankfully, no one important died during the explosion. Well, besides the leaders of the Chantry, Templars, and Mages. Alright, yeah, that's probably not great. So our goal now is to figure out what our link to this rift is, and hopefully find a way to shut it. Cassandra escorts us to a small rift, which has us being attacked by demons. Fortunately, a sword was standing by, but I'd like to think that if my guy specialized in something wildly specific like nunchucks, then a pair of those would be laying there too. Eventually, we meet up with our full party, with the other two being an elven apostate by the name of Solus, and our good friend Varric. Well, he's not my guy's friend, but you know, hard to not see him as such after playing through the second game. Combat feels like a hybrid of the previous two games, with the wild flashiness of 2 melding with the more methodical approach of 1. That said, the whole tactic system has been revamped to be more simplified, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Basically, instead of having a set of parameters such as targeting elites with certain spells, using certain abilities when there are a particular amount of melee enemies, disabling active effects after falling below a certain stamina or mana threshold, and so on, you instead just get one of 3 options with each spell. Either your companions use a spell regularly, they use it more frequently than others, or they don't use it at all. And that's it. The only other things that you can affect are what level of health that they pop potions at, what quantity they stop using potions at, who they follow or defend, and what level of stamina or mana they stop casting spells and abilities at. Which does sound like a lot, but it really isn't when you could get very, very specific with your automation in previous games. If the AI has been upgraded enough to fill in the blanks and choose the right spells, then this isn't really as big of a deal. But they're not, I can tell you that right now, they're really not. And setting all of this stuff up yourself is almost always going to be the superior form of combat if it's something that you care to delve into. The tactical overhead combat makes a return at least, allowing you to look at the battlefield from a top-down angle and pick out what you want to do while everything is paused. I'm a big fan of that for tougher battles, but also enjoy just controlling my one guy for the common fights. It's actually a surprisingly good balance between these two forms, and while I'm not singing praises about Inquisition's combat, I can at least confidently say that it's a solid overall system that gets better as you unlock more skills. By the time I gained more abilities that comboed together, I was having quite a lot more fun than I expected. Skill trees seem to be about the same as they have been, so I won't dive into them too much. Exploration, on the other hand, finally incorporates verticality into the game, which feels a lot better than having to go up and down ramps like you did in the previous entries. Also, you can jump. No other video game in the history of video games has had jumping, so I gotta commend them on this one. I don't know, I like jumping. But regardless, after getting our bearings, it becomes clear that our guy can in fact close these little baby rifts with the power of his lightning hands. I've got a really bad feeling about this because this could either be one of those mechanics which is used as a means of progression where you have like 7 or 10 of these rifts throughout the game, or it could be something that's there to do for the completionists and they just pepper the game with 700 of the fuckers. And just judging by the fact that we've already seen and closed 2 of them, I'm guessing it's going to be the latter. When we work our way up the mountain, Cassandra goes in on the Chancellor here, demanding that we charge up to the rift ahead with our full might. My guy has all of the energy and imposing presence of a gingerbread man or some kind of baked apple muffin. But you still get to decide whether to charge head first or sneak around. I charge. Might as well get this one out of the way now, but this game's cutscenes range from a decent performance to choppy and poorly optimized. I think the oldest bit of hardware in my PC is from 2021. I should be having next to 0 issues. I even disabled Origin from running in the background and turned off the multi-sampling and still no dice. So I guess try not to mind that. Regardless, the prologue ends with us sealing up 2 more rifts, with the last one apparently linked to the main breach. It involves the boss fight where the pride demon that guards it is invincible until you awkwardly shuffle past it and right-click the rift at a camera angle that feels really odd to click on. When all is said and done, your guy passes out for 3 days, awakening to an elven servant who claims that you're basically a hero for sealing the rift. This prologue was okay enough to get things moving, but I can't say that I'm fully enraptured by Inquisition at this stage. I mean, they were definitely action-focused for the first bit, which I guess is good enough to get things moving, but I don't know. Waking up in this shack has us getting a load of equipment in typical BioWare EA fashion. I imagine this was all stuff that came with various pre-orders or the like, which is something that I'm not terribly surprised by. At least the gear with my nipples hanging out is the best of the lot. Arriving at the HQ of this place has the Chancellor from earlier continuing to bicker with Cassandra. His argument seems to be that since I'm not dead, I'm probably the ringleader behind this breach still being open. It's not expanding anymore at least, and Cassandra uses that to prove her case that I'm actually the savior that they need. And with that, she decides to re-establish the Inquisition. The name seems to be more symbolic, as it's really just her way of beginning to recruit a force big enough to try to seal this breach into the Fade and get to the bottom of whatever or whoever is causing it. In her words, the Inquisition was the original force that rose against dangerous practices involving magic following the First Blight. It was the foundation of both the Templars and the Seekers, bringing the organization full circle as the game's title eventually appears on screen. Now we get introduced to the rest of the main crew of advisors as the war drums strike in the background. We all know Liliana, but Cullen was one that I was pretty sure that I recognized but didn't realize who it was until after I heard his name. This was the guy who got trapped in the Circle Tower in Origins, and eventually became the second-in-command to Knight Commander Meredith in the second game. Everyone looks ever so slightly different with these upgraded graphics, so it's kind of funny seeing these people and going, huh, I think I know that one. The last advisor is this lady named Josephine. She's new, so I don't care about her yet. So here's the deal. We want to close that breach. To do that, it's speculated that we need to charge my lightning hands with the same amount of power that was used to open the thing in the first place. This means either going to the mages for more power or going to the Templars to suppress the magic of the breach. Unfortunately, neither side will speak to us since the Chantry has denounced the Inquisition outright, claiming it to be blasphemous. I'm actually wondering why that would bother the mages specifically, unless it's more because they're afraid of the Chantry's ire being directed at them. With a chunk of the populace beginning to call my guy the Herald of Andraste, we're now officially bona fide heretics. Neat. The most fun bit about this has got to be the specific lines about me being a Kunari, which I'm pleasantly surprised at the inclusion of. If the game continuously has speech about it being odd that I'm supposedly the Herald of Andraste despite my horns, I'm gonna be pretty happy with the idea of replaying as a different race and or gender. Next on the docket is the War Table. It's here where we get to choose whether to adventure into Arlay or Ferelden, though the choice is made for us at the moment. There's a bit of a tutorial where you're to spend your one movement point on the scouting of the hinterlands in Ferelden, which shows a cutscene involving a Chantry mother who's trying to help the refugees in the area. Ferelden is absolutely dicked, and although the mother wishes to help you with your quest to seal the breach, she refuses to leave until the refugees are taken care of. Those of you who have played Inquisition before probably just had a reaction to the word hinterlands. I know it because even before playing the game, I was told that the correct method of approach is to get the fuck out of them as soon as possible. There's actually a reason for the hinterlands being the way that they are, and it goes back to the root problems that I explained at the start of the video. The hinterlands were the first area of the map that was fleshed out, and as such were littered with experimental filler quests to see what the team could do. It's the proving grounds for what was possible with the game, and instead of cleaning things up, the devs decided to leave in the mundane, uninteresting slog of questing that was initially developed with no way to playtest it. This part of the map killed the game for many people, and I would have 100% been in the same boat if I didn't know what I was getting into. Here are some examples of this type of questing that seems to go on and on. A scout wants you to gather materials, a hunter wants you to gather meat, someone wants you to gather blankets for the villagers. Collect the 5 apostate caches of treasure. There's even one that starts out with you finding a note from a Templar who challenged his apostate brother to a fight. It winds up with you simply looting a body. That's it, quest complete. Oh, also there are 114 shards sprinkled into the vanilla game for you to pick up for bonus influence. Well, sort of. The shards are used later in a temple where you can turn the shards in. I don't know, it's some Banjo-Kazooie fucking Donkey Kong 64 shit. I don't know, I guess just because collecting stuff is neat. I mean, who doesn't love Assassin's Creed feathers and Breath of the Wild Korok seeds? Of course, it doesn't just stop at fetch quests and shards, as those rifts are indeed everywhere. Closing them nets you more power points to spend at the war table, which then allows you to expand your operations out further and further. On paper, it's actually not a bad idea. You get thrown into an area, take on some small quests, establish camps, seal rifts, expand your influence, and open more map. The problem with it right now is the fact that there's way too much mediocrity to justify going through all of this nonsense. If the quests were written in a way where each one felt like its own reward, where characters were compelling enough to actually want to help out, this could have been a really fun endeavor that had me wanting to help wherever I could. But as things stand, I'm now trying to fight my own desire to complete the tasks that keep popping up in front of me because I know it isn't going to be worth the effort. I'm grateful for the people who went through this before I did, because I would have easily sunk 20 hours just slogging through this uninteresting stuff in the hopes that there was a justifiable payoff, and it might have killed my interest in the game outright. Instead, I did a few of the tasks and just plowed on to the next bit of story. Occasionally, I killed a high dragon, which looks about as goofy as it's ever been in these games. The irony in Dragon Age is that dragon fights have always felt lacking. I mean, look at this. I don't even know what's happening on the screen when this thing does land. And when it doesn't, it's flying around, shooting fireballs and landing in spots that take so long and are so far that my dead party members pick themselves back up. I don't know, it's not amazing. Now, what would an open world be without crafting and material gathering? It'd be, I don't know, probably better 90% of the time. I mean, shit, the idea is always cool, but it's gotta be done right. So what does Inquisition do? Well, it has you stopping to kneel down or bend over for a second and a half every time you want to grab a material. Okay, so if you're going to go for super hardcore realistic gathering, you need even more time and animations. And the payoff for pulling out a pickaxe, hitting the ore in the right place, grabbing it, and placing it into your backpack has gotta be worth it after all of that. What's the point of having a 1 to 2 second animation if crafting takes a lot of the resources that you're plucking? It doesn't make me feel more immersed personally, but I gotta imagine that it really tickles someone's fancy. Looting is even worse because it usually will pop up with a menu asking you what you want to take. It's not a fun system and it discourages me from making sure that I pick a battlefield clean. Now thankfully there is an upside to exploration that I haven't mentioned. Right out of the gate, you're told that you can retrieve a mount from one of the stable masters on the outskirts of Redcliffe. When you report to him, he tells you that he can't just be sending mounts to the Inquisition without the area being secured. I ask him if he's racist, to which he replies by putting his hands up and going, "What? No, me? No, come on. If you want, you can have that horse out there, buddy." I'm only slightly exaggerating here. I literally asked this guy for horses and he said no and walked away. I asked him if he had a problem with me personally and he said, no, here's a horse. Never thought I'd be able to pull the race card in a BioWare game, but I'm here for it. Anyways, like I said, the mount is a gigantic boon for this game's exploration, because I've never seen a slower horse in my entire life. It's like, it's in here as a joke. I can't tell if I'm going just as slow as I am on foot. It's the stupidest upgrade that I've experienced in a long while. It makes exploration 80% funnier, and I don't know why they included it other than because Skyrim had slow horses too. Because this engine isn't built for speed. Hell, even using the little skulls to track shard locations causes the game to render at a stunning 15 FPS. So I can't imagine what would happen if we could move any faster than one snail pushing two snails. Pivoting over to the main stuff here has you heading down the road to the Chantry Mother, who's in the midst of chaos. The tensions that were brought to a head in Kirkwall during the events of the second game have now scaled into a full-blown war between the mages and the Templars, with neither side listening to the Chantry now that the breach has occurred and wiped out the leaders of every side. I gotta say, I understand the devs just cutting to the chase with the breach causing this massacre, but I also think that just a little introduction of the leaders between the explosion might have gone a long way towards player investment in the story at this stage. Because as things stand, if I had zero context for what was going on here and just jumped into Inquisition as my first game, I wouldn't give a shit about any of this. Regardless, it's interesting seeing the normally controlled Templars going haywire and just attacking magic users on sight. And the context that I have makes that occurrence a lot more unique than it would be to someone fresh to the series. What the Mother has to say to you has her spelling out a plan to put a dent in the Chantry's unified front against you as the Herald, as she claims that if you can win over a couple of the more notable people within the Chantry's structure, then you may be able to get them to back off long enough for you to start taking care of business. As things stand, the Inquisition is public enemy number 1 in their eyes despite the breach existing, just because we're the more tangible threat at the moment. Heading further up the hill has us getting a bit more context about what happened with the mages and Templars, as the Corporal here explains that the Heart of the Mage rebels doesn't seem to condone outright attacking Templars on sight. The mages which are fighting in the streets here tend to be the ones who were oppressed and kept locked up for years, and are finally venting their frustrations out on the Templars, ignoring the leadership of the rebels which have actually organized at a central location. The Templars, on the other hand, were summoned to Val Royeaux in the heart of Orlais, but seemed to ignore that order in favor of hunting down and attacking mages outright. So it's a solid mix of decades of boiling tension, with each side seeing themselves as the good guys in this scenario. Of course, this is all I really want out of the hinterlands for now, so I head back to our base of operations, Haven, after nabbing a few more PowerPoints. Haven would be our camp, where we can chat up companions and pick their brains about whatever's going on. I'm not going to get into their personalities until I've gathered them all, but I'll at least mention what's going on with them for now. Varric's definitely the most interesting, as he fills in a lot of what happened after the events of the second game. He claims that Anders went with the rebel mages who escaped, but wound up parting ways after it was clear that many of them blamed him for forcing them into this situation. It definitely makes sense to me. Not every mage wanted to cut ties in a way that forced them into hiding. The Kunari didn't respond aggressively to the death of the Arishok, instead stating bluntly that he didn't have permission to attack Kirkwall the way that he did. Then they just grabbed their ships and left. And as far as the companions of Dragon Age 2 go, they all follow this very easy, that's what they would do next kind of thing. Like Merrill is leading elves affected by the fighting. Fenris is fighting slavers that are trying to capitalize on the ongoing crisis. Aveline is still in Kirkwall, and so on and so on and so on. My biggest gripe here is that Isabella apparently just went out to be a raider captain on the seas despite her and Hawk being an item in my playthrough. I guess it's kind of like Liliana still going off and doing her thing despite being together with my warden. It just kind of makes those romances feel meaningless from game to game. The only other person worth mentioning at this time is Josephine, who's simply our chief diplomat for the Inquisition. She's running a lot of stuff in the background, making sure that we're spreading our influence properly while navigating the political turmoil that our presence has brought to the fold. She's not particularly interesting to talk to, and is more here as a glorified mail clerk in terms of game mechanics. But she isn't a bad character, she just kinda serves her purpose and doesn't tread beyond it in terms of companions that we have at Haven. So onward to Val Royeaux, the capital of Orlais. Our plan is to make a stand against the Chantry, who continues to spread rumors of the Inquisition attempting to seize power during its moment of weakness. Val Royeaux is a beautiful city, filled with all of the pomp and posh that you might have expected from its descriptions in other games. It's actually kinda nice that the writers waited this long to reveal it, as the Frostbite engine does do a marvelous job at showcasing its elegance in a way that isn't tacky. Unfortunately for us, the Templar Order has shown itself after seemingly abandoning the people to fight the mages, and the Chantry aims to sick them on us to halt our progress. I gotta say, the asexual donkey punch was the last thing that I expected here. But yeah, these guys roll up, denounce us, then denounce the city as unworthy of their protection. Then they just march away. Again, 50 different scenarios played out in my mind here, and none of them encompass this. Gotta give the writers credit on this one, punch and run was not on the checklist for me. While this is really the only main thing that we have to do in France for now, there are a few important side missions that involve picking up some more companions to take care of. On our way to a different part of the city, the leader of the rebel mages approaches us, seeking to offer the aid of her and all of the mages under her in order to help seal up the breach. Of course, she claims that she suspects the Templars of creating the breach, and I imagine that we'll once again have to choose between the two factions. Now, while we definitely have not even remotely gotten to speak to the Templars to hear their side, it's really hard to not immediately go for the mages just because, well, I mean, something's not going right with those guys. I doubt either side was the reason for the breach, but both sides technically did send messengers instead of leaders to the big meeting. So I suppose it could have been either side. Where the fuck is Anders? Regardless, first up in our companion grabbing is...
What's that? An arrow with a message?
Wow, Cassandra has eyes, confirmed. Yeah, this secretive note leads us on a journey where we pick up 3 coded messages, piece them together, and then head to a meeting spot in the city. After encountering the elven woman who seems to have penned the coded messages, it becomes clear frighteningly fast that the coded messages may have just been the way that she talks.
No idea. I don't know this idiot from Manners. Name's Sarah. This is cover. Get round it. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. They've got no breaches.
I don't understand a fucking word this lady says. I mean, it feels like I took 6 Ambien and am now listening to the Gettysburg Address. I'm not being facetious, I feel like I need to change the language options when she talks. This is Sarah. I'm going to now attempt to decode what she says. She represents part of the group known as the Friends of Red Jenny, which is an organization that's shown up in various notes and quests throughout the previous 2 games. I never really paid too much attention to them, but they seem to be a Robin Hood-esque group of assassins who target the upper class in society, ranging from small robberies to outright slaying of nobles. They're kind of like a repurposed Antivan crows, though maybe that's too simple of a comparison. Sarah here is part of that group, and immediately requests to join the Inquisition right after killing a nobleman.
So no, I'm not knifey shiv dark, all hidden. If you don't listen down here too, you risk your breaches. Like those guards, I stole their... Look, do you need people or not? You important people are up here, shoving your cods around, blah blah, I'll crush you, crush you. Ooh, crush you.
This is like recruiting my nightmare paralysis demon. Our second recruit is literally the polar opposite of Sarah. Vivienne is a well-spoken, rich, and dangerous mage who serves as the first enchanter of one of Orlay's major cities. She's heavily involved in politics and understands the nuances needed to navigate the upper crust of society. She's also a loyalist mage who's very for restoring the circle and controlling the mage populace.
Magic exists to serve man. I support any effort to restore such order.
She has potential to be one of the best characters that you could have thrown into the game to make things more intriguing. Actually, that's kind of the same case with Sarah in her own way. Like, just looking at the basics and the surface level ideas of each of their personalities, I don't think you could have come up with anything objectively better for companions. Both have very strong beliefs that tie into 2 ends of the same rope when it comes to class, and both sides have the potential to betray or leave you if you go too strongly towards the other. The setup here is just amazing, but we'll see what the writers do with it.
What's your opinion of Vivienne?
She's a bitch.
Regardless, Vivienne wants to join you so that she, in her own words, can fight this chaos on her terms. I'm not sure how much I believe that, but I welcome her aboard regardless. Now it's back to Haven to figure out where we're off to next. Of course, I could kick around Val Royeaux or head back to the hinterlands for some good old fun chasing down yaks or whatever the fuck, but I decided the Storm Coast sounds more fun. And wouldn't you know it, the next companion is right next to the camp that we land in. This is Iron Bull, a Kunari with bigger tits than my guy and a mean eye patch. He's like, a less cartoonish Ogren, if I had to simplify him. He likes drinking, killing, and looting. But he's also well-spoken, knows his place, and is blunt to a refreshing degree. As such, he immediately reveals that he's a Kunari spy, and that joining the Inquisition would benefit both us and the Kun. The way that he puts it, he was always going to be found out if he kept the fact hidden. Plus, he claims that the Kunari are so worried about the breach that they're considering sending over an invading force. If he reports back to them that everything is being handled, it might be in everyone's best interest. Hell yeah, man, welcome aboard. So let's talk structuring in this video, because the way that things have been progressing, it feels like I'm just plucking randomly at whatever pops up. But that's just it. Those fetch and filler quests don't just extend to the hinterlands, they're in every area. There are 10 major areas in the game and 7 are totally optional. When you roll up to nearly all of them, you tend to get assaulted with pick up these materials and collect these objects quests. The ones worth doing to my knowledge seem to stem directly from what the scout tells you upon entering the area, plus any companion and main quests. Even the scouting missions seem to be just an easy war table PowerPoint pickup, with few of them having anything with a fair amount of depth. It's not even worth talking about most of these quests, because they just feel like they're there to pad the game. Now that said, there is a sort of upside to all of this. To progress in the main story, you have to gain power. It might be something like gain 4 to open this area, or gain 15 to start this quest, which means that you have to complete these little side objectives to earn power, and you can approach them however you want to. If you don't want to collect stuff as much, you can just head to quests where you wipe out bandit camps. If you don't want to close rifts, you can complete little side quests. If you don't like the look of an area, you can more than likely just leave and quest elsewhere. You can approach each zone the way that you want, head to sites that you want to see, and tackle your point collection in the way that suits your interests. It does help that the sites of these areas tend to be very interesting to look at, bringing that Skyrim-esque exploration to the fold as a key point when developing the game. It's not bad, but it doesn't tickle me in the same way that Origins did, where many of your quests involved interesting side characters and fun ideas. As such, I really don't see the point in describing every area, detailing every nook and cranny, and dedicating the time to tease out any hidden gems from Inquisition's questing. I've been pretty lenient on the game in that regard, but I'll make it clear now. For me personally, this is not a good point to Dragon Age Inquisition. It's 100% the direct result of the dev team going, what would Skyrim do? And then doing it. The problem is that the best thing about Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls in general is that it puts freedom of movement when exploring first and foremost. Increases in jumping, movement speed, you can climb that mountain, you can get up to that skybox. All of that shit is just fun to do. Inquisition does not do that. Movement is slow and bulky. Climbing stuff usually results in you sliding back down. Invisible walls line parts of each area. It's nearly impossible to take a shortcut. You can't swim, jumping off stuff is usually an exercise in futility. Every map may appear to be a wide open space, but the reality is that if you don't follow the path and try to zip right to your objective, you're going to run into some terrain that's impossible to traverse. So you might make it to a camp, see that your objective is pretty close to the right, and then have to follow a path that leads to the left and then swings back around to the objective in order to get to it. It's aggravating as all hell. So when you make the player explore as a means of progression and then don't give them the tools to explore properly, that's an issue. When you have a slew of uninspired fetch questing that's required to move on to the main questing, it makes that issue much, much worse. That's not to say that there's no intrigue to be had in the game. In fact, I'm incredibly satisfied with a lot of the character writing and main story ideas so far. But it's a very mixed bag, which is only further hurt by the war table. Oh, the war table. So yeah, there's more to this than I initially described. It's not just a map, it's a mission board. And these missions are done by your advisors. You send Liliana to track down a rumor, or Cullen to build some watchtowers, or Josephine to negotiate with some nobles. And all of it takes real-life time. 15 minutes there, 30 here, 48 over there. What the fuck? Am I playing a mobile game? Can I buy tokens and convert them into boosts? Who the hell thought this was a good idea in a single-player... I swear to God, there better be a story about how EA tried to put in microtransactions and the dev team fought valiantly against them. It's like they wanted to come up with some kind of resource besides PowerPoints for these quests, and then thought that it was too confusing or bulky, and then decided to just go with time. Which, I kind of get it. Like, do you really want to go collect another resource to complete these missions, or would you rather just wait? I don't know, probably not the former if it's integrated like a lot of shit that this game is bogged down with. But there definitely should have been some kind of alternative, I mean, come on. Anyways, I downloaded a mod to skip wait times. I have too much respect for myself to deal with this shit. Also to help me with looting quicker. I know that the idea is that you have to constantly check in with the war table between questing, but I'm just not about that life. I guess while we're here, we might as well talk about positives at the war table. Yeah, the timed stuff sucks, but there are perks that you can unlock along with areas like the Black Emporium and even new class trees for your Inquisitor. The perks allow you to unlock new dialogue and conversations, gain access to new goods and equipment, allow you to pick locks while you're exploring, increase the radius of your search function, gain more potions, and so on and so on and so on. It's a lot to take in right away, but once I got around to actually looking it over, it's a pretty fun set of ideas. I respect what they were going for here, and it makes the game its own beast. But there are a lot of rough edges. So to move things along, I more than likely won't be detailing any areas of the map beyond simple descriptions unless they have something more to them, good or bad. I think for my own sanity, it's best for me to stick to any quests that have some meat to them and go from there. Either way, it's back to the hinterlands to pick up 2 more companions. First up is Blackwall, who we've been directed to find by Liliana. He's a Grey Warden, one who's supposedly just been meandering about since the last Blight ended. This proves to be accurate as the guy has taken to recruiting some villagers who had their things stolen by bandits. It's all he really knows how to do now, as he's just been trying to be useful since the world has long forgotten the Wardens yet again. As such, as soon as we mention the Inquisition, his eyes light up at the possibility of being useful again, even claiming that he can try to convince people to help our cause through the mention of the ancient treaties that we used in Origins to force people to pitch in during the Blight. He seems desperate but stoic, and I accept his offer before we move on to Redcliffe so that I can follow the next lead with the Rebel Mages. Turns out that the now former leader of the Rebel Mages has no idea who we are, claiming to not have been in Val Royeaux for quite some time, despite us just meeting with someone who looked and sounded identical to her. Well, it turns out that this lady is the former leader because, well, the rebels have seceded to join the Tevinter Imperium. I've never felt like more of a nerd than when I said, "Whoa!" out loud upon hearing her state this new development. Yeah, I detailed this bit in my Dragon Age 2 video, but Tevinter is a land of magic. Its entire country structure takes the power balance of the Chantry ruling the Templars ruling the mages and flip-flops it around. Meaning that the more powerful you are as a mage, the higher position that you hold in society. Their country structure also encourages and is sustained off of slavery, its importance on lavish overindulgence working hand in hand with its ugly practices. As you might imagine, it makes the Imperium almost universally hated by every other major power, making this defection by the rebels a huge ordeal. But at the same time, it kind of makes sense for them to do this with their backs against the wall. Of course, the arrangement that they struck means that they'll be indentured servants for 10 years until working off their debt and becoming full citizens of the Imperium, so it's not like they'll immediately gain power in the nation. Talking to the Tevinter Magister here has him revealing that he just happened to be around here when the breach opened, and that the mages just happened to need help during the crisis, and that the Jarl of Redcliffe just happened to have abandoned Redcliffe despite never doing so even in the last Blight. Interesting set of coincidences. What this means for us is that Tevinter now has a load of mage slaves that they really don't care about, but that we care a lot about, if nothing more than for their capabilities to help close up the breach. That's gonna make negotiations difficult, but we attempt them nonetheless. Right as we begin, the son of the Tevinter Magister collapses right in front of us, sliding my guy a note that directs us to meet him at the Chantry. The Magister puts negotiations on hold, seeing to his supposedly woozy son. I have to say, I think that nearly every time throughout this main story, I'll see a setup occur and I'll go, oh yeah, the Templars are going to attack us, or we'll have to take them down. Oh, this Iron Bull guy is just gonna be another Jade Empire, Black Whirlwind kind of drunken idiot.
The Ben Hasrath are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere.
Oh, this rebel mage leader is definitely gonna want us to kill the Templar leader in exchange for their help, or vice versa.
You must be mistaken. I haven't been to Val Royeaux since before the Conclave.
Oh, this Tevinter guy is gonna want us to go claim some kind of crazy relic or power in exchange for the lives of the mages.
Come to the Chantry. You are in danger.
The misdirection is expertly done and doesn't feel forced. It isn't like these surprises just couldn't happen or seem silly in their nature. They're just some really good stretches of writing that keep the player engaged and guessing instead of going for the most obvious route. Meeting at the Chantry has us picking up our second to last companion, Dorian, a mage from Tevinter.
I'm a mage from Tevinter, but not a member of the Magisterium. I know Southerners use the terms interchangeably, but that only makes you sound like barbarians.
We get a taste of that Tevinter arrogance from him, but he's definitely a charming guy. What he has to say to us is that there is indeed a reason why Magister Alexius from earlier was able to arrive so perfectly in time to snatch the rebel mages up. And the answer is a bit more sinister than I had initially predicted. Basically, Tevinter has discovered a method to distort time, bending it to jump into the past or the future. That's not good for two big reasons. One, it seems like the power is now unraveling the world, creating these rifts all over the place. And two, well, time travel tends to really mess up parts of media when it pops in. There are a few outliers who do it well, but I would say a vast majority either overcomplicate their stories, redact things that were established in the story, or create moments where suddenly something unexpected happens in the worst possible way. But we'll see how it goes. So Dorian is someone who helped to invent this magic, seemingly regretting his choice after seeing what it's doing to the world. He's not sure what exactly Alexius has in mind, but he does know that he scooped up the mage rebels to specifically get to your guy. Dorian won't join us just yet, but he does claim to be ready to assist as soon as we come up with a plan to deal with Alexius. This is where we can choose to try to help out the mages or the Templars, and it might be a bit obvious where I'm leaning towards in the moment. The issue is that I have to spend those 15 points to activate a quest for the mages or a quest for the Templars. And that means that I get no context for what's actually happening with the Templars beyond the initial show in Val Royeaux. It feels like the writers wanted the player to side with the mages, though I suppose I don't have to go to Redcliffe to get more context. I just wish that there was something similar happening with the Templars. The problem with choosing the mages is that Tevinter seems to hold all of the cards here. They have Redcliffe Keep, they have the mages, and they have protection from us outright attacking. If we decided to send an army at them, Ferelden would see it as an attack by Orlais. Tracking down the Arl would take too long, and he would just get an army from Ferelden anyways. So Liliana suggests that we use the escape tunnels to get into the castle with a small force. Dorian then waltzes in to explain that he knows how to disarm Alexius's magical defenses, and that he can use the back way in to do so while we accept his invitation to negotiate at the keep. And this is where the writing and dialogue gets a little rocky for the first time. Basically, we roll up without Dorian, who presumably goes through the back. We start the dance of negotiations, and immediately all of your speech options point towards, "Hey, I know you're actually bad and are trying to kill me." Alexius goes, "Damn, how could you know this? God, if only the Elder One were here to see this, he would be so angry." Then Dorian comes out of the shadows and the audience claps and cheers. I don't know, the choreography here is just kind of cheesy, I guess. We had all of these twists and turns, writing that made these people feel really realistic, and then the main guy here just starts spilling spaghetti out of his pockets and mentions the big bad guy of the game while handsome man number 3 shows up twirling his mustache. I guess I just expected something a little more nuanced. But I also understand that things have to move along at some point, and the follow-up here is a decent recovery at least. Basically, as we draw out the long-winded speech which all good villains have, our forces are slowly killing Alexius's men. What's actually said throughout this entire scene is that the Elder One has promised Tevinter power enough to take over the world, more or less. That my guy was somehow part of this, and that he came out with a power that was meant for the Elder One. And that Alexius's real motivation seemed to be to solely save his son from a disease that will mean his early death. It's the reason why he's joined up with the Venatori, a group of Tevinter cultists who follow the Elder One. It's not bad at all.
Your men are dead, Alexius.
And then he uses the time warp to warp time. As you do. There's something about this whole situation with someone called the Elder One being involved with Tevinter that kept prickling in the back of my head. For a bit, I kinda just kept playing, but then it hit me. This has to be the guy that we defeated in the Dragon Age 2 DLC, Corypheus. Holy shit. I mean, I know that the Legacy DLC was technically only like 3 years apart from Inquisition, but I don't know, that's some really fun setup if that's the case. Either way, we've been sent to the past or the future, we're not sure at the moment. It doesn't take long to figure out that it's 1 year into the future. In our absence, Alexius has helped the Elder One to ascend to power, killing the Empress of Orlais and leading a demon army into Thedas. What's cool about all of this is that the time travel isn't handled too bad at the moment. We meet up with several people who have been imprisoned in Redcliffe's Keep, and have been corrupted by spreading red lyrium. It's fun in that regard, particularly catching up with Varric, who's retained his razor-sharp wit after all this time. Liliana, on the other hand, has been tortured non-stop. She looks like a walking corpse, her anger is the only thing that's keeping her alive and fighting. And in this reality, any and all sympathy that she might have had for mages has been swallowed up, her rage being directed towards them for allowing this to happen, for experimenting with time itself. Traversing our way to Alexius has a pretty decent stint of dungeon design revolving around tracking down 5 bits of red lyrium to open the door to his chambers. The servants left with these shards are all preoccupied with their daily ritual, allowing you to sneak up on them and knock them on their asses before they have a chance to retaliate. If you have rogues and warriors with you, you can pick open some locks and bash down some walls to spring yourself onto them as well. It's just kind of fun. What's more fun is this entire theme revolving around the future in which you failed. You get to hear and read about what happened after your disappearance, the way that the Inquisition all but crumbled, and how Thedas has been overrun. It shows you exactly what will happen if you fail to stop the Breach and the Elder One, which is usually just kind of conjecture in games like these. It's a neat experience, and if that's all that's really done with the time warping, I'm okay with it. So we roll up on Alexius, who's completely despondent with the future that he's helped to create. Things didn't pan out so well for him or his son, and he spent his time trying to go back to the past only to fail repeatedly. Not even me rolling up with Dorian and Blackwall dressed up like my personal gimps seems to make a difference in his attitude. I actually thought there was a chance that we wouldn't have to fight Alexius here. I mean, why would we? He wants to change the future as much as we do. But then Liliana, in her crazed vengeance mode tortured Griffith-looking ass, decides to just kill the guy's son. So yeah, boss fight. 2 rounds of him summoning shit and 3 rounds of me beating his cheeks. After he falls, we have to get out as fast as we can, leading to Varric, Blackwall, and Liliana giving their lives in this hell for us to leave. It's a cool-ass scene, and coming back through to the present feels really good. The end of this wraps up with our good pal Alistair marching in to permanently ban all rebel mages from Ferelden after they all but stood idly by as the Arl was expelled from the keep. This means that we have the choice of forcibly conscripting the rebels or inviting them on as allies. This has a much greater impact than I thought, because this is the first game to have it so that every person in your companions approves or disapproves of your decision. It makes complete sense, but I wasn't ready for it. In this case, I chose to make the rebels our allies, and Solus, Blackwall, Varric, and Dorian approve. Meanwhile, Iron Bull, Cassandra, and Sarah disapprove. Curiously enough, Vivienne had no opinion on the matter at first, but has her share to say when I get back to Haven to talk to her about it. I'll touch on that later. We might as well briefly touch on the flip side of this whole thing as well, which has us going to the Templars. First off, there's no resistance from your advisors whatsoever when it comes to approaching the Templars, whereas with the mages, most of your advisors start lamenting the fact that this is a lost cause, even encouraging you to seek out the Templars instead. I suppose that's one way of steering the player back towards the Templars. Secondly, the setup and outcome for this quest is for the most part worse than the mage quest in my opinion, but it does have some redeeming qualities, making it not bad overall. You head to the Templars with a company of Orlesian nobles to get their attention, but it turns out that the Lord Seeker who punched out the Chantry Mother earlier just wants an audience with you specifically. The other shoe drops almost immediately, revealing a chunk of the Templars to be corrupted by the Elder One. You fight through to the Lord Seeker, who turns out to be an envy demon, and pulls you into the Fade to try to understand your innermost workings. The plan is that once the demon knows you, it will kill you and then impersonate you instead of the Lord Seeker. This is the best part of the quest, as it has you drudging through some pretty fun-looking halls filled with visions from the Herald's mind. The demon continues to figure out how you would respond in certain situations, doing its best to get reactions out of you so that it can better impersonate you. Partway through, you meet your final companion, Cole. Cole's another oddball, though his oddity comes less from quirk and more from seeing and understanding things beyond your own insight.
I'm Cole. We're inside you. Or I am. You're always inside you.
I'd ask him to buy me a drink first, but I think this is the first time that I've seen him. This is another spirit companion, much like Justice in the first game. Cole's flavor of spirit is compassion, which we'll talk about more later. For now, he helps you to escape your own mind, which is a mixture of thoughts, fears, and visions of a potential future where envy takes over in your stead. After breaking free, you have to help the remaining Templars to fight off their infected brothers, which is where I stopped the quest just because I'm not dedicated to this route. I imagine it eventually has you getting to the Envy Demon, killing it, and then marching back to Haven after having the Templars join you as allies or forcing them into the Inquisition. But I honestly think that the implications of letting the Magisters control Redcliffe are much more dire than allowing the Templars to be corrupted, if that is indeed the consequence here. So upon making it back from the mage rescue operation, the story once again goes in a direction that I didn't expect in the slightest. I figured we'd keep gathering allies, forming bonds, rallying troops, whatever you want to call it. And then at the end of the game, we'd go attack the breach and try to seal it, probably encountering the Elder One as we do. But with the mages by our side, we basically decide, okay, let's seal this thing up. Which makes complete sense, I just figured that the breach sealing was an endgame thing, not an end of Act 1 thing. What I really didn't expect was for it to be so quick. Like, even when we go to do it, I was thinking, oh yeah, this is gonna turn into a huge battle.
You did it.
Oh, alright, cool.
The Inquisition will need new focus.
Forces approaching! To arms!
Hey look, there it is. Yeah, these are the Templars that we didn't recruit. Seems like they've been fully indoctrinated by the Elder One, who shows up to lead them over the mountains, and yep, it's Corypheus. Which is awesome. He brings lag with him due to the amount of entities on screen, but hey, you win some, you lose some. Also, Cole shows up here to warn us that these people that we see are not good. Thanks, Cole. The next bit of fighting has us clearing out the space around some trebuchets. The first one fires into a cluster of the fallen Templars, which makes sense. The second one just careens into the mountain, which I guess is what we were aiming for because it causes an avalanche that buries the invading forces, but it didn't seem that obvious when we did it. Then the Dragon Age comes and dragons all over us. We missed this in the second game. But yeah, another day, another archdemon. This time we decide to counter it by closing the door to Haven. It flies over it, but you know, maybe it's mental damage. From here we can kind of choose to rescue people around the area who are, just laying there, but we pat them up and they can walk again. Except for this guy. That guy's dead. When we make it to the Chantry, Cullen gives us a pep talk that amounts to, hey, we're fucked, but we can die like heroes. That's when the Chancellor tells us about a hidden path away from Haven that only he knows about, his dying wish to see the Herald succeed after all. It is a cool turnaround for the guy who's been fighting us every step of the way, and I'm all for it. My guy decides to go out there alone to try to distract the Elder One long enough for everyone else to clear out. And by alone, I mean with the party that I chose. But hey, this is my story, damn it. So another trebuchet defense mission occurs for reasons unknown. I mean, we turned the damn thing for 4 hours while shit just assaults us left and right. I don't know, I guess it was here to be a big chunk of wood that indicates our position long enough to draw Corypheus in? And down the mountain he comes, explaining his motivations in a way that's only cryptic if you don't have the full picture from previous games fresh in your mind. It's actually kind of cool in that regard, because I knew exactly what he meant when he told me what his plans were. But someone who hadn't played all of the previous game's content might not get it at this stage. Basically, he claims that the power that I have to seal the rifts is called the Anchor, and that this anchor is something that I inadvertently stole when I followed the Lightning Bolt Lady out of the Fade. What he plans to do with the anchor is to take his revenge on the Heavens. Since he was one of the original Tevinter Magisters to try to take the power of the Golden City up in heaven, it makes sense that he'd be spiteful of whatever power or entity that twisted him into the darkspawn that he is now. He wants to finish the job of the original mages who tried to claim the power of the Heavens forever ago, breaching the Golden City and usurping its strength for his own. Of course, he doesn't say all of that, but I kind of got it as soon as he said the handful of things that he did, which again, super neat. What he does actually say is that to him, the twisting of the original mages into Darkspawn and unleashing of the Blight unto the world signified that there was no god, that the Golden City's throne was empty. Now he feels it's up to him to revive the Tevinter Imperium under his rule as a true god. From here, Corypheus claims that the anchor is a permanent part of you now, and that he'll simply have to kill you and try to come up with a new plan. Here's where that trebuchet comes in at last. We fire it off, it causes another avalanche, and instead of just destroying us with a weapon, with magic, with a fucking dragon, with anything, Corypheus is like, ah shit, a whole avalanche, and leaves. We really 4D chessed that plan, didn't we? We tumble into a pit and then start walking through seemingly endless snow for about 4 minutes. I get why they did it, but a cutscene would have worked a lot better here. When we make it to the survivors, they bicker about what to do next while I recover. Turns out Corypheus broke my fucking arm.
The more miraculous your actions appear.
You saw Corypheus. What do you think of his claims of assaulting the heavens? Corypheus doesn't care what we believe.
Thankfully, I recover fast though. At this point, all hope seems to be lost, and the Chantry Mother begins singing the main theme of the game.
The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky.
I don't know, part of me hates singing and stuff. I'll never fully understand why. But honestly, this was kinda cool. I just wonder what they did after that. Anyone want to play Uno? After this, Solus pulls you aside to tell you that the orb that Corypheus was using to mess with the Fade is elven in nature, that Tevinter built its beginnings off of the backs of ancient elven knowledge. What Solus fears is something that I hadn't even considered, that Corypheus might use this knowledge if he found out about it to win over the elves to his side in this whole mess. For now, all we can do is follow Solus's lead north though, discovering our new base, the abandoned keep called Skyhold. It's at Skyhold where the Inquisition really blossoms into its true form. Pilgrims come to stay from all around. Word begins spreading throughout Thedas about the events that closed the breach, of how Haven fell and the Inquisition survived. And the Herald is officially declared the leader of the Inquisition, causing the ragtag outfit to stand for all under the banner of a Kunari. This entire thing is truly cinematic, showcasing a scene that only could have come to fruition with years of experience and the new engine that BioWare moved over to. It's really good and feels great to witness. When all is said and done, we discuss our next move. This is where that vision of the future comes in, which is a cool-ass way to use the time warp to our advantage. What we know from the future that we saw was that the Empress of Orlais was assassinated. From there, an army of demons was created and steamrolled Thedas. So that's our first lead. Our second lead is one that I'm immediately excited for, as Varric claims that he has a friend who has battled with Corypheus before.
I know one thing. If Varric has brought who I think he has, Cassandra is going to kill him.
I don't think it occurred to me how much I liked Hawke as a character until this moment. I mean, you can guide him to be as serious or as goofy as you want, and mine was very sarcastic. So yeah, I liked my version of Hawke a lot. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the same version that we get. I mean, the looks are the same-ish, but the most that we get out of him in terms of humor is him noting that we dropped half of a mountain on Corypheus, and that didn't kill him either. Quizzing Hawke more about what he's been through since the last game leads to a bit of melancholy from the former champion of Kirkwall. He claims that Anders was a batshit insane mage, that he left Kirkwall to try to distract the Chantry from the Mage Rebellion, and that him and Isabella split when things got too hot in Kirkwall, claiming that they would likely meet up again once all of this blows over. I don't know, it's him alright, but a very muted version that seems intent on getting to the bottom of this mess without gushing too much personality. As such, his mission is to track down a rumor that he heard about the Grey Wardens being corrupted, likely in the same manner that Corypheus affected the minds of the Wardens sent to guard his resting place. But we'll get to that more later. The fact that Varric knew where Hawke was does lead to a scene playing out later on. one where Cassandra is extremely pissed with the dwarf. This scene is tough to watch because I like both characters a lot, and it's hard to draw a line down the middle. This is actually the first time that I realized just how much I used to rely on approval and disapproval to make my choices in previous entries. If a companion didn't like something, I wouldn't do it. If they did, I would. If it was split, I'd choose the option that gave the most approval in exchange for the least disapproval and then send gifts to the offended party. But Inquisition is different. There are no gifts, so I have to just do my best. And doing my best means that I tend to just respond with how I actually feel as a player. It's a great change of pace that affects this entry specifically. But yeah, Cassandra is pissed off because the entirety of Dragon Age 2's setup and conclusion was that Varric didn't know where Hawke went after the events in Kirkwall. She wanted Hawke to become their Inquisitor, to lead this mass that my guy leads now. She believes that if he had been at the Conclave when it exploded, he could have stopped it or at least saved the Divine. But she didn't tell Varric that. So the storyteller did what he does best, spun a convincing lie. After all, why would he give up his good friend like that? Both sides are completely in the right, and the end result has Cassandra screaming about Varric not being cut out for the Inquisition, and Varric claiming that he did nothing wrong, that his decisions led to my guy leading instead. It's a tough scene where both of them feel like they're right. Varric claims that he believes that Hawke would have died at the Conclave also, and Cassandra believes that she fucked up by not telling Varric why she wanted Hawke in the first place. Man, what a fantastic scene. Overall though, Skyhold is... well, it's kinda like opening up an entirely new game and being overwhelmed by the amount of fires that you have to put out. Slews of new tasks open up, and you're not sure if they're important or just filler. Companions everywhere have something to say, and more quests to impart. Looking at nearly any bit of the keep gives you something new to learn or do. It's not bad, but it's also not good due solely to the sheer amount of quests that don't really affect much besides gaining you new things to kill time with or ways to gain resources. What is really cool about it is the sheer amount of customization that all comes into play at once. You could craft weapons and armor before, even modifying existing weapons with different pommels, sights, grips, and so on. And that was cool, but nothing I really cared to do in the early game besides to Varric's crossbow. But then that dwarf from the first game who had a tiny side quest involving her going to the Circle to study how to become an artificer, well, she arrives from that trip now. And she brings with her customization galore. Potion effects, quantities, and potency. Armor dyeing and material changing, even cosmetic changes to Skyhold itself. Creating custom armor is fucking cool and takes the materials that you've gathered to create stuff with different effects and looks. All of it is fantastic and really damn cool in every way that I could hope for. I won't go into detail, but man, this is some really fun shit that makes Skyhold feel like my hub. Let's move into taking a look at our companions in detail. This round of companion evaluation is going to be a little different than my previous BioWare videos just because Inquisition is a little odd about how companions are handled with the whole advisors and previously existing characters thing happening. Some older characters don't have a ton of new facets to their personalities being revealed, and a lot of the newer ones represent whole ideas or cultures being brought into the fold of the franchise's lore. As such, while I'll still talk about the companion personalities and how they shift and evolve, a lot of what I'll have to say is going to reflect their ideals and the powers that they vie for or represent. I could skip over their cultures or allegiances, but I would be remiss to outright negate the details as much of it really helps to flesh Inquisition out in a way that it wouldn't be the same without it. And it makes more sense to hit it all here rather than to try to break down the personalities and then try to backtrack and mention the missing parts after. That said, some of them definitely have companion quests later on, and I'll likely at least have to mention those when they come up. I'll start with the advisors and then work my way into the actual field companions. Liliana is, well, she's going through a tough time. She started as a spy, found God, and then continued to serve as a spy but for the Maker. In her eyes, the fact that the Maker allowed the Divine to die in an explosion is proof enough that he may have abandoned his people. She's at her wit's end, and all the sympathy in the world does nothing for the hardened woman who just wants to serve a higher purpose while doing what she was trained extensively to do. As such, she's become more cruel, more direct than she was in Origins. At one point, she finds out that one of her men betrayed her people, murdering another agent and having the knowledge required to track down the rest. You can choose to interfere and have her spare him or encourage her choice. I chose to stop her, though not because killing is wrong, but because this double agent could be a valuable resource if captured alive. Unfortunately, this dialogue doesn't branch out to cover this nuance, instead pivoting back to her claiming that this is no time to let ideals get in the way. It's too bad because there was definitely a third option here where she becomes more logical about her cruel decisions, but I'm okay with my guy turning her back towards being a bit more conscious about how she's handling this whole scenario. Now, all of this isn't to say that she's become a zealous fanatic of holy crusading. In fact, her sympathy towards mages was shared and may have even stemmed from the Divine, who was apparently already talking about changing the structure of the chantry to treat mages more fairly. What's even more surprising is that the Divine was actually the lowly chantry mother who initially helped Liliana onto the path of the Maker in the first game. She was promoted after the death of the previous Divine, causing Liliana to fall in further to serve the chantry, which honestly is a pretty good reason for her to not have stuck with the hero of Ferelden despite their entanglement. This entire operation is her calling, the role that she seems to have been molded for across the series, and it suits her very well. Even when you tell her that her future self sacrificed herself for your sake, she doesn't bat an eye at the news, claiming that she would definitely do that. When you make it to Skyhold, she doubles down on her steely attitude, claiming that she cared too much for her scouts' lives to leave them in the field when the first one went missing during Corypheus' march down the mountain. She's not emotionally available, and I'm okay with that despite her being a pretty alluring character in her own right. She has feelings for the Warden from the first game still, if you went that route, and she claims that she wants to join him again after all of this is over. It's fucking cool to see how she's grown throughout these games, and I appreciate her as a very solid addition that Inquisition wouldn't be the same without. Josephine is hard to talk about, at least initially. For the first chunk of the game, her role is completely supplementary, and she's there strictly to deal with the spreading of influence carefully. Even hitting on her doesn't yield a positive or negative result.
There are some people who've made staying worthwhile.
How wonderful. Oh, you must tell me who they are.
I'm loath to part from such pleasant company. Would you care to walk the castle with me?
Oh, well, a tour then? Let me fetch the steward.
That isn't precisely what I was hoping for.
Well, do let me know if you change your mind. Now I must find someone to prepare the guest quarters.
In fact, the most rewarding bit about her at the start is the fact that she asks your guy what's going on with his past. She asks about the Qun, and whether or not my guy believes in it. She asks what it was like during his mercenary days, and what exactly he did and how he felt during them. She also asks how he feels about being proclaimed as the Herald, and what to tell others about whether the title is true or not. But even making it to Skyhold doesn't really bring more personality or background to the table with Josephine at this stage. She just densely continues to deny any romantic connection, seemingly not being into you that way for a long while. She does eventually pull you aside to start gossiping for an hour straight, which does have her noticing your romantic interest by the end, but, she's just not a very interesting or deep character. I'm just striking the romance button over and over just to see what happens at this stage. And wouldn't you know it, she starts talking about herself at last.
The settled areas are quite lush. The vineyards run as far as the eye can see, and the finest restaurants and poets all make their habitation by the sea. When a breeze stirs the trees in the garden, I sometimes pretend it's the sound of my younger sister used to throw whole loaves of bread. My parents are alive. Of my 4 siblings, most attend to the running of the family. That reminds me, I must ask someone to make sure Yvette attends the spring reception at the palace. I've taken advice. Lanterns are lit along the promenade, no matter what the weather.
Oh my fucking god, I've never been this bored. I mean, sure, great intel on Antiva, but I find it fascinating that a woman who goes on about Antiva being a nation of love, passion, and drama is so...
Boring!
I don't know, part of me enjoys how the role that she plays is so important to the Inquisition with its burning need to gain influence among nobility and countries, but she's so weak in character compared to everyone else. At this point, I gotta think that part of the reason why she's romanceable is because she's so plain compared to the other women. Cassandra is tough and jagged around the edges, and Sarah is batshit crazy. If you're looking for your Inquisitor to fall for a woman, these three are your options, and they cover the full spectrum from gruff to plain to erratic. Regardless, Josephine's quest plays into her issues with her family. While not as complex as Dorian's, which I'll get to in a bit, Josephine's family has been through some tough times despite how well off she seems to be. The truth is that her family has been in debt for generations due to a scandal that happened forever ago, getting them banned from trading in Antiva. Things have reached their breaking point, and Josephine seems to have cracked the final barrier to getting her family reinstated into the markets. Of course, this goes awry as her emissary was attacked while returning with the documents that would solve everything. So we head off to meet a noble who supposedly has information about the contract that's preventing Josephine's family from being reinstated. And it turns out that a different family that has long since died out put out this contract over 100 years ago. With how honorable Antivan businesses are, the assassins who took on the contract decided to fulfill its terms, which kicked into effect the moment that Josephine tried to get her family reinstated. It's a very interesting bit of back and forth, but again, none of it really pertains to Josephine's personality or character. The rest of this quest is mildly infuriating if you take the route that I did. Basically, you can just either have Liliana's agents infiltrate and destroy the contract outright, or you can go the long way. I mistakenly did the latter. This means that I talk to Josephine, head to the war table, complete a mission, head to Val Royeaux, speak to a woman there, head to Josephine, back to the war table, another mission, back to Josephine, back to the table, back to Josephine, over to Val Royeaux, fuck an old woman for a favor, head back to Josephine, and then head to Val Royeaux. Now I know that one of those steps was a little different, but I assure you that I didn't get to see my guy bending over a masked noble or anything like that. It was just, the result felt right, I suppose, but it was a ridiculous quest through and through. The best part about it is that we learned that Josephine used to be a bard, and that when she killed a man in self-defense, it caused her to decide to become an ambassador instead. It's kind of like the process a US president goes through. But yeah, this is it for our advisor. She's very plain and boring, though maybe that should speak volumes for her personality and life decisions when compared to the average noble. In that regard, she's a good character who didn't let her ancestry get the better of her, and has pledged herself to making the world a better place. She's great at what she does, and she's instrumental to the Inquisition in the same way that your mail reminder lady is in Mass Effect. And where would we be without our mail reminder lady? Cullen is a busy man. In fact, he doesn't even have time to speak to the player initially, as he's constantly occupied with forms, soldiers, and interruptions. But he's excited, very excited to be making a difference in his mind during all of this chaos and uncertainty. He was a good choice for this game, and it's cool to see someone make the cut after having minor roles in the first two entries. I agree with his advisory position, as I do with the other two advisors. It makes much more sense for him to be holding down the fort rather than doing all of this overseeing and then just venturing out into the hinterlands for 2 weeks. But more so than that, Cullen's obtained quite a lot of wisdom from game to game, starting out as a typical Templar who distrusts mages implicitly, to understanding that while mages can be corrupted by magic, they're not inherently evil. He's wary of magic, but respects mages as best he can, willingly giving them a chance to help out while putting precautions in place. When we make it to Skyhold, he immediately gets to work, his constant desire to get things under control keeping him occupied. Likewise, he's a lot like the male counterpart to Josephine. He's a good, solid, dependable character, but he's not incredibly deep at first. He has his role, fills it well, and is there to make sure that you can do your job. After a while, a little more personality comes out though. Cullen reveals his disdain for red lyrium, and how he knows how dangerous it is from seeing how it affected Knight Commander Meredith. He sends you on a quest to begin trying to cripple the Red Templar forces by cutting off their supply of the stuff, which leads you to doing just that out in the field. But more importantly for Cullen's character, he reveals that he stopped using lyrium outright a few months back. This is a huge point, as lyrium withdrawal is said to be the stuff of nightmares. The fact that he's been leading as well as he has without taking lyrium is pretty damn impressive and goes to show both his commitment to the cause and the unwavering nature of his disdain for the stuff. It really helps to bolster his character and firmly cements him as a solid addition to the cast. Varric is back and more selfless than ever. He's always played it off like he's just the uncaring rogue, but his actions have always betrayed that attitude. He seems to have matured a bit more after his adventures with Hawke, claiming that he should probably do his part despite the breach seeming insurmountable. He's still a great guy to talk to, really fun to interact with and listen to. But as such, his lack of change makes him harder to talk about in detail. That said, his main focus seems to be stopping the spread of red lyrium, which he's been rightfully concerned about after seeing his brother's mind taken by the stuff. After the conflict at Skyhold between him and Cassandra, my guy comes in to mock him.
That got a little heated. Are you alright?
Huh, I guess I got to play Mass Effect Andromeda after all. But yeah, Varric definitely takes it hard, wondering if he made the right choice to keep Hawke out of this until now. I like how realistic that is. In the moment, the average person might get heated, and then take a hard stance when they're being attacked. But afterwards, most people with some semblance of introspection will likely start to question whether they are right. And Varric does just that, causing him to apologize, even if I think he's ultimately right in all of this. He also blames himself for letting Corypheus loose, recalling the experience that him and Hawke went through in the Legacy DLC and claiming that if he hadn't tracked down the corrupted Carta members to the fortress where Corypheus was locked up, then none of this would have happened. It's a lot of growth for Varric. While he's always been sensible and willing to apologize, he would usually shake off stuff like this when he was around Hawke. But now things are more dire than ever, and he's starting to question himself more. And that's about it with Varric so far into the game. Again, fantastic character in both this game and the last, but he's taken a lesser role than he did in the previous game. Things don't revolve around him the same way, and that's fine, he's had his moment, but it makes for a much lighter round of evaluation for him. Cassandra has a surprising amount of depth to her character, which is amazing to see. You have to understand the entire premise of her character up until this point has been her barking at Varric in Dragon Age 2, and then trying to burn me at the stake at the start of the game. But the writers did a good job turning her around, laying her motivations and inner thoughts bare before you after you proved that you weren't against the Chantry. As such, Cassandra shows a great deal of humility and introspection, explaining that she initially suspected you because of the circumstances, and that she fears that supporting you now might pen her name in history as a fool who made the wrong decisions. She claims that she's always been an act first, question later kind of woman, and while it's gotten her results in the past, she's been reprimanded for it as well. It's a fascinating progression of character, one that she shows off immediately rather than waiting with her guard up until you chip away at her resolve, and I'm okay with that. It's not like her writing comes too fast or is unrealistic. She may have always been this reflective, and there was no way to know because we'd always been on the pointy end of her sword until now. I like that. As interested as she is in you, Cassandra will also lay out her own history with no issue, making her easy to get to know. She's the 78th in line to the Navarran throne, left her country when she was younger to become a seeker for the Chantry, and now hates how self-absorbed her family is with bloodlines and past glories. Now she's an idealist, one who strives to change the Chantry from within as the Divine once strove to do. She believes wholeheartedly that the mages and Templars should coexist, and that the Chantry should be trying to give to the poor rather than weave fine silks for its upper ranks. The Inquisition is a means to this restructuring, the tool required to mold the Chantry into the form that she believes it best suited to be. It's a refreshing viewpoint to see from a character in these games, because it feels like every time the Chantry has come up before this, it was from someone who saw it as the apex of good, the heart of righteousness, or the epitome of all that is wrong in Thedas. Cassandra is willing to admit its flaws while still seeing the good that it could be doing. The Inquisition for her is a necessary stage to correct the path of the Chantry, and after hearing how she feels, I agree with her. Of course, old habits die hard as the former Seeker will scrutinize mage activity, particularly after you allow them to be your allies and not your recruits. It makes sense, and she'll later reveal that her brother was killed in front of her eyes by a group of apostates, permanently altering her course in life and causing her to ultimately become a Seeker. What's interesting is that she disapproves of accepting the mages as allies immensely, but then softens up when you ask her if she blames you for the mages which are now whining at her for better quarters and the like.
It is your doing, after all. You created this alliance.
I had to think on my feet, and I did what I could.
Oh. I do sound like I'm blaming you, don't I?
This moment right here really helped me to fall in love with a lot of the little things that BioWare did with the animations and dialogue in this game. That little pause and the realization that crosses her face is incredibly well done, something that a lot of games tend to not care to include. And I initially was going to complain about the fact that Cassandra did approve of my choice, only to claim that she doesn't when I talk to her. But I feel like that small moment made her much more human. And humans tend to soften for those that they look up to. They might back off, tell the person what they want to hear in order to avoid confrontation, even if it isn't their true feelings. And as you'll later find out, it isn't because of anything like that. It's because Cassandra respects how confident you are in your own actions. But the fact that it could have been as something as simple and human as admiring you to drop it and apologize makes this interaction so much better. Cassandra's also difficult to court, her romance options tending to be a mixed bag of approval and disapproval from her. It's actually really refreshing to strike the big heart button and have her disapprove of my flirting, because it makes me think a little harder about what she might actually want to hear.
I have just one thing to say to you.
Actually, while we're on the topic, Inquisition is the most realistic about love interests across all of the games. Whereas nearly everyone was bisexual and interested in every race in Dragon Age 2, people are pickier and more vocal about their preferences here. Cullen is only interested in human and elven female inquisitors. Solus is only attracted to female elves. Blackwall and Sarah are interested in women only. So for my guy, the options that I have encompass Cassandra, Dorian, Iron Bull, and Josephine. The rest are uninterested in romance for various reasons, which makes sense in their own ways. I'm 100% okay with this, and if you as a player are more interested in a specific companion, then you'll have to pick out an Inquisitor who fits them. I actually prefer that. It makes for more interesting variations when replaying the game, and doesn't feel like literally everyone is attracted to you just because of how important you are. Cassandra's quest comes in after making it to Skyhold. With the Templars out of control, she's been busy trying to track down the other Seekers, but to no avail. It's been stressing her out like crazy, as you might imagine, and she finally asks your guy to help her run some operations to track them down, thinking that Corypheus must have imprisoned them. Since they don't take lyrium, it'd be a lot harder to corrupt them the same way that the Templars have been, so it's her best guess. Heading to the area where the Seekers supposedly are has us meeting with a group of cultists who believe themselves to be the true Seekers, with their intentions being to destroy the world so that it can begin anew. Venturing to the end has the Lord Seeker revealing himself as in an alliance with Corypheus. He wasn't corrupted per se, but his goal here is to do exactly what the cultists are trying to do. He claims that the Seekers were the original Inquisition, and that they wound up creating the Chantry, the Circles, and so on. Now those creations are out of control, so in his eyes it's better to end it all and purify everything so that the world can start fresh. It's a big shock to Cassandra's system, though she doesn't falter in the moment, cutting the Lord Seeker down without hesitation. The end result has us heading back to Skyhold with a book that's been passed down from Lord Seeker to Lord Seeker. What Cassandra finds out is that the Rite of Tranquility, which is used to make mages tranquil and strip them of emotions, can be reversed. It's always been able to be reversed, and that knowledge has been hidden away by every Lord Seeker from their subordinates. If this knowledge had been imparted to the Seekers or even the mages sooner, it may have prevented the Civil War. I mean, think about if Anders knew about this in the last game. He wouldn't have had to turn to Justice, who became the Spirit of Vengeance, and that would have prevented the Chantry and Kirkwall from going up in flames. With this new knowledge, Cassandra questions the Seekers for perhaps the first time ever. Her original intent was to rebuild them after killing the Lord Seeker, but now she's not so sure. To her, the Seekers may have started out with the intent to serve the will of the Maker, but over time the secrets that they harbored got uglier and uglier, trying to keep the group ahead instead of serving the masses. She claims that if she did start up the Seekers again, she would show every single one of them this book, so that no more knowledge would remain hidden. It marks a great step forward for her character, one that has her still staying true to herself while gaining a newfound purpose in the role of a leader. But the absolute best part about increasing Cassandra's approval is what happens when it gets high enough.
Good book?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, are you blushing?
What would I have to blush about?
You tell me.
It's a book.
I can see that.
It's one of Varric's tales. Swords and Shields. The latest chapter.
That's just her favorite.
Nobody asked you, Tevinter. It's literature. Smutty literature. Whatever you do, don't tell Varric.
My girl is out here getting damp to erotic fanfics. Fucking relatable. This shit caught me off guard so much that I instantaneously moved her up a rung on the companion ladder. That's just some human-ass behavior, come on.
A peace offering. The next chapter of Swords and Shields. I hear you're a fan. Well, if you're not interested, you're not interested. Still needs editing anyhow.
Wait!
You're probably wondering what happens to the Knight Captain after the last chapter.
Nothing should happen to her. She was falsely accused.
Anyways, after this, she finally cracks open on the romance front. Okay. Okay.
I was hoping we could speak privately.
I don't think anyone's getting through that shit. Besides Varric. Okay. So yeah, Cassandra shows a shocking amount of self-realization as always, as she describes her more difficult to deal with features as stuff that she knows all about. But beneath all of that, she wants a man to sweep her off her feet, to bring her flowers and read her poetry and all of that. She wants a relationship she never thought was possible in her line of work and choices in life. So that's what you have to do, bring her flowers, grab some candles and poetry, and woo the shit out of her. It's really cute, and it actually made me appreciate her even more.
On aching branch do blossoms grow, the wind a hallowed breath.
Carmenum de Amatus. I thought this one was banned.
Not merely housed in flesh, but brought to life. Shall we read another?
Oh shit, he's going in! Yeah, cute scene and all, you even get a titty out of it, but man, BioWare, you gotta do better. Look at this fucking neck. Look at the head and how it's tilted, then look at this neck. What the fuck? Come on, I mean, you're almost there. I don't need all holes on display, I need functioning anatomy, brother. Either way, Cassandra is a great character. Her entire arc has her starting as a firm believer in what she's doing, but little by little, the cracks begin to show through, revealing someone who questions herself but sees guidance in you. She isn't just that interrogating seeker that we saw in Dragon Age 2. She's blossomed into much more, and I look forward to continue to see how she grows and changes throughout the game. Solas is definitely a curious companion to talk to. His major motivation surrounding this entire incident seems to be scholarly. His knowledge a result of a lot of studying and field research revolving around the nature of the Fade and lost civilizations. Gaining approval with him is as easy as asking him about his thoughts on the Breach, Rifts, and the Fade in general, which I'm split on liking and disliking. On one hand, it's interesting to get to a point where I could potentially court someone simply by showing interest in the things that they're interested in. It speaks to his character in that he values a curious mind, one that questions people and magic alike. Even when you second-guess the mage, he tends to approve of that also. On the other hand, it's almost as if the game is pivoting me towards Solas specifically in terms of garnering a love interest if I happen to be a female elf, or just a really good friendship if not. It's hard to say from the initial conversations that I had with him, but it definitely immediately felt like he was supposed to be one of my main choices here. Regardless, Solas is deeply fascinated by the Fade and the demons which pour from it. In his eyes, demons are just misguided, spirits who wish to join the living, but have lost their way while attempting to do so. That viewpoint alone gave me massive Anders vibes to a degree where I'm wondering if Solas will also do something stupid at some point during the course of the game. I had no idea at this point. Still, I play along for now, seeing where it leads. Getting more personal information out of the elf has him explaining that he became awestruck by the Fade when he was younger, and he began to train to walk through it in his dreams with full consciousness. So eager was he to see more of the Fade that he began to travel, seeing as you can only see as much of the Fade as the area that you're in the physical realm. It's partially why he joined the Inquisition, to attain greater strength and to see new sights. If VR was a thing in Dragon Age, we'd have lost Solas to anime titties and roleplay servers upon its inception. But possibly the most interesting bit about Solas's opening volley of exposition is the fact that he can discern between and understands the nature of how spirits and demons work. He understands how to speak with the spirit of honor that could easily be twisted into a spirit of pride if it encounters a living being that would corrupt it. We've seen this exact thing happen with the Spirit of Justice from Dragon Age Awakening 2, and it's something that no one seems to quite understand as well as Solas. To say that he'll be an instrumental part of the story is an understatement, as every bit of knowledge that he's exuded will certainly come into play down the line. When you make it back to Skyhold, asking to speak with him about his studies has Solas seemingly taking you back to Haven to show you around. He explains that he was brought on by Cassandra to study the Anchor, and that the frustrating process only led to failure repeatedly. There was a point where he was considering leaving altogether, until I woke up and sealed a rift with the flick of my wrist. It was that action that opened Solas's eyes to the possibilities that I could bring to this world, and it caused him to decide right then and there that he would stick around to see what kind of rules I would break. This entire trip to Haven is a demonstration of Solas's power, one that has me waking up and realizing that the whole thing was a dream and that the elf was talking to me directly within it. It lends a lot more weight to everything that he claimed in our initial talks, further pointing towards him being a powerful ally and an important part of the story. For now though, we can continue to quiz Solas on his experiences through the Fade, though all of it sounds like a checklist with the way that it's presented.
Tell me about the old ruins you explored. Tell me about a spirit you encountered. Tell me about the old memories you found in the Fade.
I found the ruin of Barandur. I met a friendly spirit who observed the dreams of village girls as love first blossomed in their adolescence. I saw a savage human horde go marching toward the battlefront.
It just seems like I'm plugging questions into an AI and hearing replies with the way it's so back-to-back like this. I guess my guy not having any follow-up questions play a big part in that. Fortunately though, the non-stop questioning raises Solas's approval enough to gain his companion quest immediately. He claims that a friend of his got captured by the mages, which came to him in a dream. Of course, his friend is a spirit, one that represents wisdom. Turns out that some Kirkwall mages nabbed wisdom from the Fade and commanded it to fight off bandits. This transformed wisdom into a demon, which is now out of control. This is the first time that we see Solas truly angry, and it wasn't an emotion that I thought he had the capacity for to this degree. We disassemble the summoning circle, which frees wisdom by killing it. And then Solas turns on the Kirkwall mages, killing them on the spot. It's not something that I ever thought that he would do, which only shows his capacity to be a little more extreme. Kind of like, well, Anders. I'm not saying he'll go the same way. I mean, after all, part of why Anders went as far as he did was because of his fusion with the Spirit of Justice, but well, I guess this type of fury is something to keep in mind about Solas. He's a great character overall, and while I could take the time to summarize everything about him again, I think I covered my thoughts on him pretty thoroughly. I've already said a bit about Sarah. Thankfully, she becomes a lot more coherent when she makes it back to Haven, making me wonder if the devs just wanted to load her up with quirk on the front end to elicit this kind of reaction out of the player. But questioning her directly gets a lot more cohesive answers from her. For instance, she doesn't give a shit about mages or Templars, seeing both as a blight to those stuck in the middle. Mages don't affect her kind until they get possessed, and Templars don't affect her kind until they decide to round up people who might be mages. Both of these things affect profit, which she's all about. She's a bit like a high-strung Isabella in that regard. So for her, she just wants this thing done, and both sides knock down a peg, which I like as a character trait. She also makes non-stop jokes about sex, pants, and what lies underneath pants. Again, she's a lesbian, so for her it's just goofy middle schooler humor.
Oh, no, we have too much in common, yeah? Because we both like women? So, right.
And that's really all you'll get out of her at first, besides her mocking you and calling out all the others for being stuck up, too clever, bitchy, and so on. She does have mostly kind things to say about Cassandra and your advisors, at least.
Oh, you're from wherever. I'm from North wherever.
What?
North wherever. Oh, we had fun on street and or in local tavern.
She's actually a really fun character to talk to just from a shooting the shit kind of perspective. Isn't caught up in politics or ways of the world. Hell, she doesn't even care about what most elves seem to care about. Instead, just doing her thing and making her way through life. In fact, that's kind of the MO of the Friends of Red Jenny. From how Sarah describes it, it isn't a tight-knit organization of ne'er-do-wells. It's just a bunch of little people like bakers, tailors, and so on who want to stick it to the nobles. They kind of get together loosely, mess with nobles to varying degrees, and pass the profits down the line to those who need it. At least, that's how I understood it. It's hard to understand Sarah at times. What's interesting is her disdain for magic. Not so much mages in general, but magic. From the brief bit that I got from her, she's probably had some run-ins with magic that didn't go so well, making her leery of it altogether, to a point where she doesn't really care if they're chained up or freed. Her companion quest involves a tip coming through the grapevine from her friends, which leads to a mission playing out through the war table. Afterwards, you go to collect the reward, only for it to be a trap by the noble who was slighted by her. You can choose to ally with the noble despite his arrogant and stuck-up mannerisms, or...
Now what was the point of that?
Mother puss-bucket, friggin' bastard, shite-bag piss-face! Eat it, you lop-eared son of an arse-nut,
Sarah!
piece of...
Sarah!
What?
I think you're done. At this point, you're making wine.
Yeah, I like that one better. Doesn't add a lot to her development, but I mean, it's kind of fun. Later on at Skyhold, you can talk to her about how you appear to others. For her, it's important for a good leader to be less doom, gloom, and uptight appearances and more like everyone else. I agree with that. And so we prank the advisors. Well, except for Liliana, we wind up bolting when someone catches us. And I think that that's all that Sarah really needs to be. But there is a bit more to her that I like even better, which comes after Corypheus attacks initially. The whole thing causes Sarah to have a bit of a crisis moment, as her mind is thoroughly blown by the idea that all of the babble that the holy men have been spouting after all of this time might be much more accurate than she had thought. For her, the Maker was an idea that made sense to worship, but she didn't believe him to actually exist in any tangible way. The appearance of the Elder One kind of changed that for her. And while you can insist that she see the light, it's easier to say, hey, just keep believing in what you believe in, so that she can continue focusing on helping the little guy without mentally breaking down. But even so, this existentialism continues to play a role in her personality developing, leading to her admitting that all of these stories from and about the Chantry are something that she has a vague grasp of. That she's really here in the Inquisition to see how real it all is. It gives her purpose beyond profit, making her much more versatile from a writing perspective. Vivienne is, well, a bit dangerous. It's clear that she's here for the sole gain of helping the mages to get back into the circle, and will admit it outright if you ask her about tagging along. She sees this as an opportunity, the start of something new beyond the Chantry pressing the so-called will of the Maker into the people of Thedas. She knows that people believing in my guy as the Herald might lead to a new power being born, and she wants to be there to get in on the ground floor. Of course, her words are a bit more honeyed than that, as she dances around her belief that the power of the Herald could help her to restore the Circle of Magi. The Circle is officially dead, or at least the form that we know from the previous entries is. One half went with the previous Grandmaster as rebels, which we obviously recruited, and the other half remained loyal to the idea of the Circle and follow Vivienne. Her opinions on Templars is a bit interesting, as she doesn't outright hate them. She thinks that there are good ones and bad ones, and ultimately if they're capable of doing their jobs, then they're a useful force to have. But perhaps the most interesting part about Vivienne's take on the Circle is that she recognizes that every single circle had a different body of governing. a different set of rules to follow in accordance to the Templars who watched over it. And yet she wants to restore the circles everywhere despite the fact that she personally had a wonderful experience during her time in it. It seems very strange to admit in one sentence that there are those who would have had a horrible time in the circle, and then in the next breath state that all mages belong there because she knows how good that structuring can be. In fact, the more that Vivienne goes on, the more unlikable she becomes. She claims that mages have always been able to simply request to not live in the Circle Tower, to be able to get permission from the first enchanter to live outside its walls. After all, that's what she could do if she needed to. Then right after she's done saying that, she launches into a tangent about mages getting uppity when they couldn't escape their towers. She claims that this idea of freedom spread like a rumor from tower to tower, and that all of the ungrateful mages just couldn't stomach being in a place of study and magic. This contradictory nature of her explanations swing wildly back and forth, her own privilege of being able to leave when she wanted to clouding any potential empathy that she could have for those less fortunate. It's like a rich person claiming that poor people should simply just borrow money from their parents and start a business like they did.
I caught the eye of Duke Bastien de Ghislaine, an advantageous connection that opened many doors.
And that's why she's such a well-written character. She's extremely easy to dislike, but she's realistic in that regard. There are so many shades of human nature etched into her puffed-up statements and unfair ideals, and she thinks that she's right about all of it. And then right when you think, wow, this bitch is just the worst, she says something completely sensible. She tells you that she understands the average non-magical person, how they must have felt when a literal mage terrorist attack blew up Kirkwall's chantry, how rebelling right after makes things even worse for the mages everywhere, how some mages didn't even want to break from the circle right after such a brash attack, and were forced into a civil war where they had to prove that they weren't in support of terrorism. And she's absolutely right. The person who just sat here and sneered at mages for wanting independence despite their horrible treatment is now making solid points about everything, and you have to sit here and go, well fuck, yeah, she's got me there. In terms of romance...
Do you think that you and I might someday...
I don't see how that benefits me in the slightest, my dear.
You fucking bitch. God damn, what a great character. I mean, come on, that's some S-tier writing from BioWare. But yeah, she's never interested in the Inquisitor, which makes sense for her. When you make it back from the initial mage rescuing operation, she doesn't go off on you, she just starts immediately claiming that we need to control the fuck out of these mages so that they don't turn into abominations. In her words, magic isn't a toy, and those who get to use it should never play with it. What's funny is that although she greatly disapproves the choice to allow mages to join as allies, you can easily make up for that disapproval just by nodding your head and dumbly saying, "Yes, Vivienne, all mages should be locked down, Vivienne." Her quest involves her asking you to fetch something but refusing to tell you what she'll use it for. This something is the heart of a snowy wyvern, or wyvern. They say wyvern. I don't believe in that though, the Y is right there. Regardless, she wants its heart to create a potion. Again, not telling me what it's for. Fuck it, I'll do anything. Now in other companion quests, you'll occasionally get the option to side against your ally. You can go against Solus's wishes to fight his friend, or side with the noble in Sarah's quest or the like. But in this one, you can attempt to lie to Vivienne and give her a regular wyvern heart and oh my god, I said wyvern, fuck! You can give her a regular wyvern heart instead. The outcome is the same regardless of what you do, but this is the first time I've heavily considered it. Unfortunately, it only really affects her approval or disapproval towards your actions, as she figures out that it's a run-of-the-mill heart if you go that route. But I think this further points to the writers knowing how people were going to feel towards Vivienne. If you give her the fake heart, she brings her with you to administer her potion to the Duke that she fell in love with. She has a complicated relationship with the guy as he frequently courted others in front of his wife, Vivienne included. When she gives him the potion, he just sputters and dies.
My darling? Bastien?
I should go.
Afterwards, she somehow figures out that you gave her the wrong heart, and instead of hating you, she respects that you were cunning enough to trick her in this way. While that is kind of a fun outcome, I wish she'd reflect on why I didn't trust her and develop that way. But yeah, I guess a little too much to ask of her. If you give her the real heart, the Duke says one thing to her and then dies. And afterwards she tells you about her love for the guy and all of the arrangements that she has to make now that he's dead. Also, if your approval shot up, she'll note that she does like you, but that romance is simply impossible for her. And that's that. It's not like Miranda in Mass Effect where they try to give her an intricate sob story and fail. In my opinion. Simmer down, Miranda enjoyers, I also didn't mind Jacob. As you might imagine, heading to Skyhold for the first time has Master Tactician and Basin of Wisdom Vivienne reprimanding you for using Haven as a base of operations in the first place. She claims that we should have known that the area was way too open to attack, and that we should have moved sooner. Thanks for telling me in advance. Like I said, it's very easy to dislike this know-it-all. But I think that's the beauty of her character. I don't think she was written to be a character that you can fall in love with. She was written to be uptight and full of herself, which is a personality that could be attracted to the idea of using the Inquisition for her own machinations. I'm not ranking her based off of my enjoyment of her, I'm ranking her for what she does for the game. And I think she definitely fits a chunk of Dragon Age Inquisition that only she could fill. I compared Iron Bull to Oghren at first, but the more that I talk to him, the further from the truth that seems. Yeah, he's got the initial signs of enjoying drink and battle, but he's way too smart to be compared to our drunken friend. Almost immediately, the guy notes how Cullen is holding his shield while at Haven, the form recognizable to him as that of a Templars. That power of observation goes hand in hand with his role as a Qunari spy, and causes you to be wary of him, even if he admitted his intentions from the start. But the more that he says, the more that you start to understand and like him. I mean, he seems far from Sten in Origins, who grumpily sat off to the side and stubbornly refused to let you get any closer. But he does have that bit of strictness to him still. The difference is that he's open, honest, willing to explain things to you. He elaborates that he's a special case, that he was initially sent to bring back some Tal Vashoth who were causing problems in an area with Tevinter mages and natives to an island. And as much as he seems to enjoy fighting, this mission broke him.
There's a good fight, and there's finding out who put rat poison in the bread and killed a bunch of children. One day I woke up and couldn't think of a damned reason to keep doing my job. Turned myself into the re-educators.
Iron Bull doesn't fight solely for the love of battle, he takes pride in a good fight in the name of the Qun. But he isn't a fanatic in the same way that many of the previous Qunari in the series have been. By his explanation, the Qun is similar to the Templars or the Circle. His people are taken in at a young age, raised by people who are deemed fit to raise them, and then selected for roles that they would best fit into. The structuring is important for his people, the way that they're brought up helping to create a strong society. And all of this mirrors the small amount of info that we got out of Sten, but with more humanity. Bull remarks on your guy being Tal Vashoth with a bit of surface-level disdain, but he isn't worried about you. He's happy that you were raised by loving parents, that you were brought up in a way that didn't turn you into a common bandit that he was sent to hunt down. He also explains that to him, there's no difference between an average worker in Orlais and one in Parvalin. Which, Parvalin is the capital of the Qunari anyways. They both wake up, worry about whether they'll be able to get through the day without any fuck-ups, and then go to bed and repeat it with no difference due to a lack of personal freedoms or the like. It's a fascinating bit of writing that I've always personally been interested in ever since the Qunari were brought up in the first game. Oh, also there's the whole sex thing. Yeah, they have people assigned to sex like any other role. Well, I mean, okay, so there's the ones who raise the young Qunari, right?
The Tomasrans were like our parents, though. Taught us to read, helped us go to sleep, all the parent stuff. I remember the one who helped me build things with blocks. They're like teachers or chantry sisters.
Yeah, those same ones will also
pop your cork whenever you need it.
I mean, when they get older. But they don't view it as a big deal, they just view it as something that needs to be done every here and there.
So you've never really made love? Connected with someone in both body and soul?
I don't know. One time they used this thing called the Sato Nerapan. It's a leather-wrapped rod on a harness. That wasn't really my soul, though. Also, there were more than two people.
Huh. That's a fun cultural difference. When you make it to Skyhold, the first thing the old mercenary veteran has you do is follow him and pretend to be a new recruit. Urging you to speak little, Iron Bull prods at the other Inquisition recruits, allowing you to gain first-hand insight into how they think, why they're here, and what they believe. It's such a cool fucking scene because it's not some cliche where he goes, "By the way, this is the Herald." It's a lesson, one that has him imparting his wisdom to you about leadership and learning how your little people think in this whole operation. Man, I love this guy. What's funny is that the guy who he told you to act like is someone who's in his mercenary company, the Chargers. He has the same name that he introduced you as, and the same grunting responses that you gave when pretending to be him.
This is Grim. He doesn't talk much.
We're helping the Inquisitor save the world and build the next empire.
Grim, is it?
Grim doesn't talk much. I'm pretty sure he's the lost king of some small country, or a chieftain. Something like that.
Bull's company is fun to hang around with, just a bunch of misfits who like a good fight and earning honor. After getting to meet them, Bull will continue to tell you these fascinating stories about what it was like to be on the island of Saharan, a war-torn land that the Qunari ripped from Tevinter. He's a fucking great storyteller, rivaling Varric when he gets going on a topic that he's keen on.
What are things like for the natives of Saharan?
I remember one guy. He made these things, fish wrapped in thin bread. Nice guy. Talk to him every morning. So, one time I'm asking about his bad back, and I see he's nervous, trying to tell me something with his eyes. Next thing I know, his assistants draw knives and come at my team. The rebels had forced him to poison my food.
And then?
I'd seen how nervous he was, so I hadn't eaten anything. A couple of my guys weren't so lucky. We killed the rebels. I lost 2 men to the poison, another to knife wounds. My friend who made the fish wraps died with a knife in his throat. Close quarters fight. He was caught in the middle. That is what things are like for the natives of Saharan.
When you've gotten in good with Bull, he'll have his companion quest at the ready, which is quite a bit different from the others. His mission involves meeting with the Qunari leadership, or at least some representatives. Apparently the Qunari aren't happy with Corypheus or the Venatori and want to offer an alliance with the Inquisition. This is huge because it's something that the Qunari have never done. They've always gotten by on their own strength, and this is the first time a threat has been dire enough for them to decide to extend an olive branch. Iron Bull is a bit tentative about it, having been gone from direct in-person contact with the Qun for so long. The terms of the alliance have us hitting a group of Venatori smugglers who are in the process of shipping red lyrium to their forces. If we do this, the alliance will be official. Unfortunately, this is where everything goes awry, as Iron Bull sends his Chargers in to help out with the operation. After the Qunari dreadnought sinks the smuggler ship, a large group of Venatori mages bear down on the Chargers. It's here where probably the biggest decision of the game so far comes into play. Either you let the Chargers die and seal the alliance with the Qunari, or you sound the retreat signal saving the Chargers, but ultimately betraying the Qunari and causing Iron Bull to become Tal Vashoth. You have to understand just how dire each side's consequences are. It might be one of the best BioWare quests ever in that regard. On one hand, you gain a very, very powerful alliance with one of the world's strongest forces. Iron Bull gets to keep his rank, remaining loyal to the Qun. And the only downside in terms of resources gained or lost at this point is that the Chargers die. Which does suck and all, but they're small time compared to the people on that dreadnought alone. This was going to be my decision at first. It's the most gain for the least loss. But the idea that Iron Bull would become Tal Vashoth is, well, it's fascinating. Because he's not as serious and committed as Sten is. And he's not as free-spirited and out of control like Talus is. He's basically right between the two. He likes what he does, has been away from the Qunari besides through written correspondence for years, and still respects their traditions and orders while doing his own thing the majority of the time. You can argue that he'd be better suited to stick with the Qunari and fulfill his role the way that he has been, that doing this would redouble his commitment to the Qun. But you can also argue that he's a hair away from being Tal Vashoth anyways, that his mannerisms and the way that he carries himself have been pretty damn carefree for the most part. This entire quest may as well be akin to the hardening quests that happen in Origins. You can choose to guide Bull to sacrificing his allies, hardening him as a staunch supporter of the Qun. Or you can keep him the way that he is, cutting his puppet strings and allowing him to be his own man. There's no right answer. It's like the perfect quest for him. I have to applaud the writers here, this is fantastic. Likewise, as much as I almost went with tying down the Qunari to our cause, I decided ultimately to save Bull's men. It feels like the right decision specifically for Bull's path in life. The idea that he could look back on this moment with how reflective he is, and say that this is the point where everything came together for who he is, well, it just feels like who I want Bull to be. And he does take that turn when 2 Qunari assassins infiltrate the guard rotation and attempt to send a message to Bull.
You knew the assassins were coming.
Little change in the guard rotation tipped me off.
What if they used poison?
Oh, they definitely used poison. Sakamek, liquid form. If I hadn't been dosing myself with the antidote, I'd be going crazy and puking my guts up right now. As it is, it stings like shit, but that's about it.
God, what a badass. But yeah, this was his warning from the Qun, the thing that definitely singles him out officially as Tal Vashoth. And the whole thing winds up with him deciding that he's chosen this life, and that he doesn't regret it. I've got nothing but love for the big guy.
Also, it's the Iron Bull, technically. I like having an article at the front. It makes it sound like I'm not even a person, just a mindless weapon. An implement of destruction. That really works for me.
Blackwall is kind of boring, but a likable boring, if that makes sense. He's always been a loner, even during the Blight. He's killed Darkspawn, recruited more people, and just kind of wanders as a nomadic knight. He's honest, kind, and just wants peace. He understands his duties and is clever about how he enlists people with this weird kind of silent charisma about him. He's got quite a lot of insight, realizing how a warden's charisma can be applied by other people and in different scenarios than your average Blight. He's afraid of Liliana, which is funny, but I get it. But what's really interesting in terms of what he has to say about others is that he outright calls out Vivienne for being here for power alone. Which is refreshing because you don't see a lot of characters in games calling out other characters' potential for betraying you. After making it to Skyhold, it's clear that the Warden has taken what's happened pretty hard. He claims that he won't let people die like they did in Haven again, that he'd jump on Corypheus by himself if that's what it took. He's the epitome of, well, he's kind of how I imagine the default Warden that you play as from Origins to be like. I mean, yeah, you can change your personality quite a bit in that game, but if there were a default option, it'd be a lot like how Blackwall is. He claims that it doesn't matter if I'm truly Andraste's chosen, only that my position now guides and inspires everyone at Skyhold. That attitude extends to a lot of how Blackwall thinks, and how he changes later on, which I'll get to later. He doesn't seem to put a lot of stock into legends and myths, even claiming that he believed that the corruption of the Golden City by Tevinter Magisters was simply a story that people told. He doesn't care what Corypheus is or how the Darkspawn came to be or anything like that. He's just there to kill them. It's a refreshing trait for a character to have. Rather than just knowing everything about a topic that they're attached to, having them go, yeah, I don't really give a shit, is a pretty realistic way to write someone. It doesn't do much for Blackwall's personality in a way that he has interesting things to say, but it does make it that much more average. Dorian being a member of the Imperium single-handedly lends a wealth of new insight into your companion pool, as his thoughts are very fun to pick at. It's hard to talk about him without just talking about Tevinter and all of the ideas that come with it, making him the main reasoning behind my disclaimer about the companion section being more about their ties this time around. To him, freeing the mages under the Inquisition was obviously great, but also immediately reminded him of what it's like back in his home of Tevinter. With the Inquisition being an authority figure in this time, giving mages their freedom means that they now have the capability to run things the way that they never could when the Circle was in effect. And that bit of insight right there completely changed the way that I thought about freeing the mages. Because yes, as it turns out, slavery is pretty bad. I'd put it up there with wearing Crocs with socks and the entire IHOP franchise. So obviously when confronted with the idea of mages breaking free from the Chantry in the previous games, I was all for it. But then there's this whole idea of, well, what if mages were to start using their power to run things? And the Tevinter Imperium has been here the entire time to show what that could look like. Of course, they run things with actual slavery, so a little different, I suppose. But it's good to keep these things in mind when trying to figure out what mage freedom might look like in southern Thedas. Even Dorian understands that the Imperium isn't a good way to rule, his dialogue showcasing a strong word of caution for moving towards what Tevinter became. And that's just it. In his words, Tevinter used to be like Ferelden, Orlais, and so on. Circles, Templars, the whole 9 yards. Then it slowly but surely began to change in favor of the mages until it became what it is today, which is a fascinating revelation for me. As you continue to talk to the mage, it becomes clear that he does have a love for his homeland. But that love is complicated because it's for the potential of what Tevinter can become, not what it actually is. According to him, the Imperium deludes itself into thinking that it's still chugging along strong. But the reality is that the country has become so self-absorbed in internal power struggles and trying to be better than everyone else that it's lost its way completely. It's a country built solely off of trying to get ahead, parents marrying off their sons and daughters to whoever can benefit them most, which usually means whoever is going to birth the most powerful mage. The more that you talk to Dorian about his homeland, the more that it seems that he despises it. But he'll tell you outright that he loves his country, and that he's fascinated with its place in history and the rich tapestry that it wove up until recent times. He feels that he can do more good over here in the Inquisition for his country than he could back over there, seeing as he ran away from his duties to become a pariah. As you continue to chat with him about his homeland, you get much more concrete information than you ever did in previous games without poring over bonus text logs, which is very welcome after all of this time, much like Iron Bull's interjections about the Kunari. This game fleshes out other areas of the world very well, though I do understand the Ferelden and Kirkwall focus of the previous 2 entries. What Dorian has to say is pretty much all interesting to me though, that the Magisterium rules Tevinter, and the fact that they all happen to be mages is more of a result of the culture of the nation rather than a requirement. That the upper class, known as the Altus, consists of noble families who can trace their lineage back to the first mages who tampered with the Fade and unleashed the Darkspawn onto the world. Which is fascinating to me because everyone else sees those people as fools who fucked a lot of things up. But I suppose that can be cured with a bit of revision and propaganda in the right circumstances. What's even more interesting to me is that the peasants are placated with life, just due to the idea that their children have the potential of being a mage, even if they aren't. And if that happens, they dream of their children creating a name for their family, rising up as heroes and really striking it rich in the Imperium. Alright, let's talk about slavery. I'm sure I could have transitioned into that better. So yeah, Tevinter Imperium and slavery. How's the wily Dorian gonna worm his way out of this one? Well, with his own perspective on how things are in Tevinter. To him, he never even thought about slavery as good or bad until he came to the south. And now that he's witnessed the disdain for it, he has some gamer words to say about the concept. In his mind, the rampant poverty of southern Thedas, which plagues different parts of it, is no different than poorly treated slaves. Poorly treated are the operating words here, as he claims that many are treated well. And in his mind, the fact that a man can sell himself to feed his family and provide a good life for them is a good alternative to just starving. Yes, there are so many nuances missing here. And really, there are theoretical alternative options that haven't come to fruition in Thedas, which would create a world where neither poverty or slavery would exist in large numbers, but I guess as things stand in this fictional world, I understand Dorian's viewpoint at the very least. It's a tough topic, but I really appreciate how blunt it is. There are a lot of franchises that wouldn't really touch on the idea that a companion of a main character would support slavery in any way. But the whole subject is very thought-provoking and is done very well with the established nations in this universe. Speaking of, Tevinter does have its own version of the Chantry, which I touched on in my Dragon Age 2 video. Basically to them, they took that whole magic is meant to serve man idea and twisted it, stating that by ruling over those without magic, their magic is serving the populace. Kinda funny to think about it that way, but maybe that's just because I'm so used to how the Orlesian Chantry has handled things. In the case of the Imperium, however, the circles rule and make the laws. The Templars enforce those laws and rarely deal with mages who have gone too far, and the Chantry just smiles and waves. The whole split from the Orlesian Chantry occurred as yet another alternative interpretation of an ancient text. In this case, the Imperium believes Andraste to have been a human mage and not the holy chosen bride of the Maker. So they elected their own divine who's always a man, seemingly to just spite the original Chantry's tradition of putting up a woman as the divine. I don't know, I love this shit. It's just these two areas of the world bickering and being assholes to one another, turning into a rivalry that spans to this day. Dorian personally isn't religious in the way that most are. Where other religious folk will talk on and on about the Maker and preach about how good the Chantry is, Dorian sees the Chantry as a relic that isn't necessary anymore. He does believe in a higher power, but his reasoning for doing so is very simple and human. He's scared of the idea that there's nothing more to the world than humanity trampling around it. That's a great motivation for a key character to have in a game like this, lending a lot more earthiness to the writing rather than a simple, "Yes, I'm religious and you should go to church," or "No, there definitely isn't a god and people who believe so are stupid." When we get to Skyhold, Dorian immediately sets in on the fact that Tevinter may have caused the Blights after all. He's been told throughout his life that the idea that Magisters were the one to cause a lot of the world's problems were just fairy tales. But the evidence presented by Corypheus is pretty damning.
They say Darkspawn were always there. Magisters and the Blight aren't even related. Is that a surprise? No one wants to admit they shit the bed.
It upsets the man who loves his homeland and hates that someone from 1,000 years ago is now walking around trying to ruin everything in the name of his country. He hates that many of his countrymen would willingly follow this old husk around and make the same mistakes again. It speaks volumes about our Tevinter friend, and his attitude towards all of this. Dorian's quest comes pretty quickly, and from the Chantry Mother no less. She's apparently been contacted by Dorian's family who wants to reconcile with him. The Chantry Mother pleads with me, claiming that the family only wants to talk, and that I shouldn't tell Dorian of this meeting ahead of time. You do get the option to drop the surprise on him or to tell him ahead of time, of which I chose the latter. Heading to the meeting spot has his father coming out to talk with him and holy shit, this one's a doozy. So the main thing that had Dorian breaking away from his dad was the fact that he's gay. He didn't want to further his dad's legacy and make babies with a wife that was chosen for him. And compiled with all of his lifestyle choices, this led to Dorian getting the fuck out. But it doesn't stop there, as Dorian's father tried to change his sexual orientation with blood magic. Which, I mean, holy shit. I literally tabbed out of the game to type this, like I had to tell someone about it. God, I really fucked this up. I sent this man to talk to his father about his disapproval of his orientation looking like he's about to raid a gay bar. I mean, his outfit is literally all abs, leather, and rope. Jesus fucking Christ, I feel like I have to apologize to a fictional character. The end result has Dorian half reconciling with his father, as they have a drawn-out talk away from my character. Afterwards, you can choose to initiate romance with Dorian if you so choose. I didn't, but I definitely considered it.
I don't know if you're aware, but the assumption in some corners is that you and I are intimate.
You know how people are.
I didn't start those rumors. I didn't. My rumors would be so much more detailed.
So where does all of this leave us? Dorian is quick-witted, roguish, and continuously talks himself up as the cream of the crop. But he does so in such a charming way that it's hard to not like him. Reading beneath his boasting reveals a sadder tone, one that he constantly suppresses through even the most disheartening news. He's just a very likable character, one with a lot of interesting things to say about his homeland. While he is optional, he doesn't feel like he is. And that's the best way to include an extra companion in my opinion. Finally, we have Cole. Much like Justice, it's initially hard to talk about Cole's personality because, well, he's a spirit that represents compassion. And while that does make for some unique and interesting dialogue from the guy, it doesn't really make for the most stunning amount of character development at this stage. He does say that he used to think that he was simply just a ghost, and that he had friends that saw him as such until he was proven to be a spirit by a Templar, which is definitely a good start. But the big thing is how others perceive him, with the chats coming down to an argument between Vivienne and Solus. Vivienne sees him as a demon, as you would expect, and Solus knows that he's a spirit. The biggest difference between Justice and Cole, though, is that Justice needed a human body to possess in order to exist outside of the Fade. Cole manifested his own body somehow, and can make people forget that they saw him. So while he has the same roots as Justice, he comes with quite a few differences. Also, it's a lot less annoying to hear somebody spouting on compassionately rather than hearing their hot takes on the Ace Attorney franchise. Cole instead goes from person to person, helping them rest easily, giving them water, and so on. When he speaks, it usually involves what others are feeling in that moment, making for initially confusing dialogue that makes more sense when you understand what he is. This becomes a particularly strong sticking point with Cole when he notes somebody is in agony, and that the healers have done all they can to help. He claims that they'll die in hours, and that every moment of life will be painful. This is a tough moral choice that the game throws at you, not just because you're deciding someone's fate, but because, well, what if Vivienne is right and he is a demon? What if this is just the start? What if he starts doing this to others without your input? But the more curious thing is that pushing Cole to spare the dying person has him learning that sometimes people can pull through in unexpected ways, ultimately gaining approval for insisting on the soldier being spared. Afterwards, Cole talks about the Chancellor, who was sorry for how he stood against you as he died. The Chancellor claimed that in the end, the Herald might have been the only force that could bring people together in these dire times, and that he was sorry for not seeing that sooner. From here, it's more background from Cole. What he gives you is hard to work with, seeing as he basically tells you that he was killing mages who were too sad and scared. Then he met another mage, that mage became his friend, told him to stop killing people. Then they found out something, met with a Templar, and that Templar revealed that Cole is a Fade spirit, causing the mage to distrust Cole. This is a very brief summary of a book called Dragon Age Asunder, which is something that I haven't read, so I can't really provide a lot more insight in that regard. I understand wanting to include stuff like this in your game's writing, but it's hard to just accept that there's this whole chunk of lore from another piece of media that I have to get to know the full context. I guess it's probably cool for those who did read it, and you could probably make the argument that games like The Witcher do the same thing. I guess the issue is that when I listen to someone in the Witcher universe talking about a book event, I can generally understand what happened almost exactly. They explain enough for it to be cohesive. Cole is all over the place, a result of his personality being extremely scattered. So while I understand the broad strokes, I couldn't give you any specifics when he babbles at me in his fragmented thoughts. Beyond all that though, Cole seems to understand that some Templars are bad and give in to their fear of mages, causing them to lash out. But others don't, and seem to want what's best for everyone, understanding that mages are simply different than them. He has kind words for Cullen in that regard, knowing that he's one of the good ones. Cole also talks about Varric quite a bit, which is funny because he views the way that Varric speaks the same way that I view how Cole speaks. To him, Varric babbles nonsense, so much so that it fills his mind and prevents him from thinking properly. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here trying to dissect Cole's speeches and running into the same issues on my end. He also doesn't understand what the Inquisition is. He seems to have trouble grasping the concept, which is strange because he understands what emotions are and how they affect people. But to him, the Inquisition is just this thing that doesn't exist without people and the way that they feel. He likens it to a spirit, which is definitely true, but he still doesn't quite get it. As time goes on, you'll get to witness how Cole operates. He listens for people in pain, people he can help. Then he tries to defuse it as best he can. Sometimes he fails and has to try again. Other times he succeeds immediately. He likes to help and it makes him happy, even though he's dealing with people's pain constantly. It doesn't affect his mood or how he is, he just enjoys the act of curing others. It's interesting to watch, and he appreciates that you're willing to let him perform these bouts of healing, knowing how weird he is to others. It even extends to him doing seemingly random things, like burning turnips or leaving out peeled plums to attract insects. The turnips were burnt to remind a soldier of home just before they died. The plums were left out so that insects could come around and spiders have something to eat. Spider silk is used by healers to create bandages, leading to more people getting help. It's fucking great, but it's also very strange, and Cole tends to realize that, which is an insight that Justice lacked. Because Justice would sit here and not understand what the living thought, or why. Things that were straightforward to him weren't always the same way for others, and he had issues figuring that out. Cole knows what he's about, and understands why people might respond to him negatively. It's a great show of improvement from the writing team, though you could also argue that Compassion is just a better choice for this kind of understanding over something as diligent as Justice. So yeah, Cole's a good addition to the game, and I feel like he'll probably affect it as much as Justice if things go down in the same manner. Spirits in these games are like walking plot twists that can be evoked whenever the writers want them to shake things up, which can be good or bad depending on how they utilize them, so I'm looking forward to see how that will go. Inquisition has the best cast of companions across every game in my opinion, though I'd say that it only slightly overtakes Origins companions as a whole. That's a very good thing. Nearly all of them are irreplaceable or at least very important to the tone of the world and/or the direction of the story. The top 5 are rock solid and affect the game so much for me personally that I think that it would be weaker without them. They're semi-interchangeable in the order that I listed them. Like, I know that Iron Bull isn't that important, but he's so interesting to listen to and engage with that I snuck him into the second slot. And at the same time, could I say that he's twice as good as Dorian or Solus? No, not at all. So take the rankings with a grain of salt in that regard. But where Inquisition's companions really shine is the middle tier. This is where you would expect for them to start to die down, to not be as compelling or unique. But all 3 of them are really damn intriguing and represent completely different walks of life. You have a former bard turned chantry sister turned rogue turned left hand of the chantry turned spy master. You have a mage who treats her own people like they're animals to be locked up while walking free herself. And you have a rogue who represents the poor and uneducated, the downtrodden and the unimportant. They all have different goals, different ideals, different plans. And all of them make you as the player consider the world that they've been molded by, the trials that they face to become who they've become. And even the last 4 companions all fill their roles nicely. I can't complain about them being more plain or boring because they're here more for a realism point of view. Cullen and Josephine keep things running in the background while you go on your adventures. Could they be replaced by other characters? Yeah, sure, but they don't need to be by any means. Cole brings back the idea of friendly Fade spirits, but does so in a way that makes him more interesting to talk to and interact with. And Blackwall, while boring, is very stable and a beacon of what Wardens tend to strive to be. He's heroic and kind, but still intriguing in how he acts and views the world. The entire cast is really well done. There are no Winds or Shales, no Sebastians or Bethanies. Everyone feels compelling to talk to for the most part, save for, I guess, really just Josephine and Cullen. And I'm okay with that simply because of their advisory position. I just think that these guys nailed the writing for your team in this game. I may have been agitated with some of the things they'd say or disagreed with stances that they've had, but I was hardly ever bored of talking to them. And that's my main measurement for good companion writing. Alright, before I head back to the main quest stuff, I want to talk about my sponsor, Raycon. You ever use your ears to listen to things? You know, like, music or podcasts or, I feel like there's a third option here that isn't coming to me at the moment. Well, sometimes you want to do that on the go, whether it be while you're at the gym, on the bus, or at work when you should be working. Raycon has been specializing in this exact thing for years, making a name for themselves as a leader with products like their everyday earbuds and their new line of home products, which encompass the likes of their air purifiers, vacuum, and faucet filter which removes tap water impurities. I was actually skeptical of their earbuds for a while, but after grabbing a pair for the gym, I have to say that I'm pretty damn satisfied with their quality for the price. They stay in my ears while I'm working out and are easy to charge and pop in and out when it's go time or stop time. And with free shipping and returns and buy now, pay later options, it makes figuring out if they're right for you super quick and easy. If you're scrambling for a last-minute gift, it's hard to turn down something that almost anyone can use, unless they're one of those silence enjoyers. But if they aren't, Raycon is offering limited-time bundles on a few of their best-selling products, like the Everyday Earbuds Charge Kit, which includes, the Everyday Earbuds and the Charge Kit. Look, these guys aren't specializing in naming, they're specializing in audio, and I gotta respect the focus. So if this sounds like something you could use in your life this holiday season and want premium audio at a great price, Feel free to head over to buyraycon.com/salt to get 15% off site-wide. Thanks, guys. Heading back to our main objective has us either meeting with Hawk or trying to figure out how to finesse our way into the masquerade ball that the Empress of Orlais is throwing as a form of peace talks. The ultimate goal with the latter is to prevent the Empress's assassination, obviously. Of course, the Inquisition isn't big enough to gain an invitation yet, so it's time for more reputation building. The first thing I do is take a seat on the Iron Throne in the main hall.
You answered the death of your clan with a goat?
So yeah, this takes that judgment idea from Awakening and really runs with it. I enjoyed it then and I love it now. As you continue through the game, you'll obviously wind up taking prisoners from places that fight back against you. For example, the chieftain of a tribe of barbarian types, or Alexius, who we kept locked up until now. Hearing them out has them speaking to their motives, and winds up with you choosing to execute them, drive them away, or force them to join you. It's fucking cool, I love shit like this. After this, I decide to meet up with Hawk, who has a warden ally hiding out here in an area called Crestwood. What we learn from this meeting is that when Corypheus began his scheming, every warden heard the calling at the same time. The calling is mentioned extensively in the first game as one of the side effects of drinking Darkspawn blood. All wardens eventually start to break down, their minds being affected by visions, their dreams being invaded by nightmares of Darkspawn. Though some last up to 30 years before succumbing to this taint, most suffer it sooner. Well, Corypheus is so powerful that he's activated the calling for pretty much every warden, which is a great power for the main villain to have. It also means that Alistair is probably constantly fighting off these visions while trying to pull his own country together, though it's never mentioned explicitly. From here, it's a lot of side questing in various areas to accumulate a whopping 30 points needed to take on the assassination plot. I won't bore you with the details, it's a lot of exploring, rescuing, recruiting, and nabbing of small trinkets. When I'm ready to commence the masquerade, I get the details of why these peace talks are commencing in the first place. Basically, the Empress Celine has quite a few people who are less than happy with her. Kind of the perks of being a leader, I suppose. One of them is her cousin, who she nabbed the throne from via winning favor with the right people. Since then, Duke Gaspard has had it out for her, having to command the military forces instead of ruling. His men are fiercely loyal to him, and he's taken full advantage of that by riling them up with the idea that since Celine is pushing towards peace with Ferelden, she must be anti-military. That's an issue that Celine faces with the general public of Orlais, seeing as she's trying to reform the country to be less about war and more about stability. The public wants a spectacle, however, seeing her as a weak ruler who keeps her country stale and unexpansive. I don't think that's a word. She doesn't want to expand. The other main party who's jilted with Celine is a bit more subtle. She's an elven woman named Briala, who is taken to gathering up a network of elves to do her bidding, infiltrating, and spying for whichever side benefits them most in the Civil War. Her issue is much more base, as the rumor is that she's a former lover of Celine, and has since been discarded. It's up to us to gather info about both sides and figure out where an assassination attempt could come from. Now, all of that said, I'm not entirely sure why the advisors immediately suspect the assassination to occur from someone close to the Empress. I mean, yes, it's possible, maybe even somewhat probable, that Corypheus simply capitalized on the fact that Celine was assassinated in the twisted version of the future. But why would we go into this thing not counting on the idea that assassins could simply be Venatori spies who infiltrated the ranks? It just seems kind of silly to rule that out, and I feel like if that is the case, then this was written this way specifically to take the player's mind off of this possibility entirely. But either way, we get invited to this thing by the Duke, who hopes that we'll help him to take the throne back. He fills us in on the Elven Ambassador's agents, who are all positioned around the party. Then the game tells me that because I'm a big stinky Kunari, I'll have to work very hard to win over the public here, who view me as little more than an ogre. Fucking great. I actually love that, but still, I mean, come on, look how cool I look. So the Outer Gardens are a bit of a tutorial of what's to come. Imagine a world where you can go anywhere and do anything, where you can choose whether to pick up those sharp pieces of rock or ignore them. Now imagine one of the main quests in the game made you do those things for the best result. Okay, cool, just expanding your imagination. Yeah, we find a noble's ring 8 feet from her, pick up a statue, open a door and grab the incredible witch lightning staff of yore, and eavesdrop on boring people 8 feet from them. At least we're keeping the distance trend going. I don't know, it's not all bad, it's just, not my favorite round of objectives. I could see it working with the right motivation, which I guess is exactly what preventing an assassination is, but I don't know. So we head inside and Josephine warns us that every single action and word that we say will be scrutinized for weakness when meeting with the Empress. I tell her that Cole is a fucking spirit, so good luck with that. Then I eavesdrop on people. The first round has us getting no information from listening. You gotta be kidding me. The second one has us learning of a blackmail secret. 1 blackmail secret. Out of 30. Guys, it doesn't have to be this way. Your game is big enough, I swear.
Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
It's like trying to reassure someone with an insecurity about their dick size. Doesn't help that I did more than 1 lap, only to discover that failing an eavesdrop means that I gotta listen in the same spot again until I get the blackmail. Who thought this was a good idea? The worst part about all of this is that you can sit here and write off this whole eavesdropping thing as a bonus side experience sort of ordeal, but then it becomes something that sometimes reveals key information about your objective, so it is required, just not the other 30 times. Ugh. Regardless, we meet up with Celine, introduce ourselves, and then meet up with Liliana, who points us to the guest wing. This is where the bulk of the mission carries out, as the guest wing actually leads to the rest of the palace. I do gotta say, the actual look and layout of Orlay's Winter Palace is beautiful though that has been a trend for a lot of the game's environments. As we pick up more gossip, raise our approval, and grab trinkets, it becomes apparent that there's a lot of fucking blood in this place. It's funny because some nobles will remark on it, stating bluntly that if someone is playing the game, they're doing it very sloppily. This blood eventually leads us to a room with some corpses and a note from Gaspard to Celine stating that the Elven ambassador controls a power capable of turning the tide and winning any war. Following this bit of evidence is a message from Briala's spies, and another from Celine to her occult advisor, claiming that she fears for her life. Heading back to the ballroom has us meeting with this occult advisor, who turns out to be none other than Morrigan. Honest to God, the last person I expected, but I'm happy as hell to see her involved in this game. Though she doesn't explain how she came to be here, I don't expect her to. Her interests, as always, seem to be in self-preservation, a sentiment that has caused her to desperately want to figure out what's going on here, while still protecting the Empress. She claims that she recently killed a Tevinter who had infiltrated the party, and that a key on his body was found. Again, no mention from my guy that this could be the plot, that more Venatori may be roaming around the masquerade while hoping to pin the blame on either Gaspard or Briala. So I take that key knowing that it likely leads to the servant quarters from the evidence that we've gathered from Briala's people. Continuing to mingle has us getting to talk to both Briala and Gaspard. The former insists that while she does have much disdain for the Empress, she understands that if she's killed, everyone will turn on her. She claims that she respects Celine's rule, and that undermining it with her death will only cause the Empire to start to take it out on the elves around the nation. That actually makes complete sense and is refreshingly honest. Gaspard, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be all that interested in killing off Celine either, or so he says. He has a clear-cut vision of how he intends to wrestle the crown back, and none of it seems to include violence. Well, kind of. He detests how politics work over here, and he does intend to let a few nobles' heads roll in order to put an end to this non-stop wooing required to get things done. He also intends to start expanding Orlais again, which seems to be something that a good chunk of Orlesians would favor. So both sides seem to be innocent in this whole thing so far, but sneaking away from the party to the servants' quarters yields more Venatori, plenty of bodies, and a knife with Gaspard's seal buried in the back of one of the dead. Because when I hire Venatori assassins, I definitely give them my family dagger and tell them to go apeshit. Look, it's possible that he's just that stupid, but I feel like the game's trying to blindside you with a fourth party that doesn't involve Celine, Gaspard, or Briala. Of course, Briala shows up to avenge her spies who have fallen in all of this carnage, and claims that this must be Gaspard's doing after all, further trying to steer you that way. When you get back to the ballroom, you have a dance with Gaspard's sister, who claims that he's definitely trying to make a move to kill Celine. My approval shoots up during this dance, maxing out after painstakingly gathering half of it for so long throughout this endeavor. It's like the devs tried to cram all of this superfluous stuff in, and then went, oh shit, let's get them 45 points right now. Then we meet with the advisors and my guy goes, yeah, old Morrigan gave me the key to the servants' quarters and I found Venatori agents in there. Then all three advisors go, man, that dastardly Gaspard, he's one bold motherfucker. This is all way too ham-fisted for me, but I'll play along. So the crux of this conversation winds up with all three advisors suggesting that I choose to support one of the three choices. I'm not even sure how Briala is an option here. Like, I guess she could be a puppet master for one of the other two, but I don't think she can just rule Orlais outright. Regardless, the point that these three try to impart here is that Corypheus merely wants chaos in the courts rather than a simple murder. As long as we support one of the three, it should be enough to ensure that Orlais survives. Which, I don't understand how our support specifically would have stopped somebody from taking over in the bad future. Like, I mean, I guess they could have killed Celine and Gaspard and fuck it, Briala too. And then maybe nobody was left to rule Orlais? But it seems like if Celine dies here, it just goes to Gaspard, so they must have killed him too. I don't know, whatever. Maybe that was in one of the notes around the bad future area. I don't know, I like the options, but they just feel like they're there to be options, if that makes sense. So we head to the trophy room in the Royal Wing, which is where everything finally comes together. First, the trophy room has yet more evidence from Gaspard proving that he's trying to make a move against Celine, while showing him to be someone who just sucks at all of this sneaking if the family crest knife is to be believed. Then we find an assassin in the Royal Wing who was sent by Briala to kill one of her own servants. This servant knew about Briala and Celine being lovers, and has a pretty strong opinion on the fact that Briala seemingly turned her back on her own people to sleep with the Empress. It makes sense that Briala would want her dead, even if there's no concrete proof that she was for sure the one that sent the orders to have this servant killed. Then we stumble into Celine's private quarters, where a naked man is strung up on her bed. He claims that he was told that he would be rewarded for betraying Gaspard, and his reward happened to be, well, this, I guess. I don't think she even allowed him to bust, so that's pretty fucked. But basically, Celine has known about Gaspard's plotting for this entire masquerade event, and has been goading him into trying to attack her in some way so that she can have him lawfully detained. So now we have evidence against everyone, helping us to choose who leads after all of this. And finally, we meander into a trap set by Gaspard's sister, who's the one who's been corrupted by Corypheus' influence here. She's also likely the one who had Gaspard's knife planted on one of the bodies. Her motivation is, mwahaha, the world will be reborn anew, and I will help lead it. Which, what a great reason for all of this.
Incredible.
We stop her trap, but then she runs off during it, and we basically chase her back to the ballroom, leading to a fight or her getting arrested. I choose to have her arrested and then pull all three of the leaders aside to discuss what the fuck is about to happen. Our potential outcomes are as follows. 1. Celine rules. 2. Gaspard rules. 3 and 4, either of them rule with the help of Briala. And 5, a stalemate where I blackmail all three. After all of this running around, Orlesian politics have left me with a single burning sentiment. That I fucking hate the French and think that they're all stupid. The current Empress is someone who pushes for stability and peace, which is great. Her subjects might get a bit uppity about it, but I'm sure that that could be solved with a good old guillotine display. I'm sure that Orlesians love that shit. But regardless of that, Celine has consistently sent out assassins to kill people who were getting in her way, eventually ordering her soldiers to burn the elven slums to quell rumors about her sleeping with an elf. Briala was on board for the killing of everyone else, but felt betrayed by the whole elven slum thing. She also knew about Gaspard and was just going to let it play out. And finally, Gaspard is a dipshit for the most part. He's tried and failed at killing his cousin before, back when the slums burnt down. He'd make for a strong Orlais if he were in charge, as his entire focus is on militarism and expansionism. Which is great if you like Orlais. Unfortunately for him, he sucks at all of this, and was found out immediately by both parties. All of these people aren't great, though I would say that Briala has the most cause for support, as she's had a pretty rough go at things with how Celine has treated her. The problem is that she can't rule solo, so while you can reunite her with Celine, I don't really care much for the Empress. So I said fuck it, and blackmailed all three. I don't care if that leads to issues with Orlais later, because I really don't give a shit about Orlais. This quest is a mixed bag. On one hand, the idea of the masquerade ball is pretty well done. The politics at play are intriguing to listen to, the setting is unlike anything that I've seen from Dragon Age, and the 5 different outcomes are all fun in their own ways. From a pure entertainment perspective, it's good, but the execution was lacking by a mile. The side objectives felt silly for the most part. The mingling was less involved than I would have liked. The idea that any of these people were corrupted by the Venatori went out the window upon speaking with each of them. And the fingers pointing at Gaspard made me immediately look for someone else that might be behind the actual Corypheus part of the story. And lo and behold, it was some random lady who shows up partway through to continue to hammer us with the idea that it's all Gaspard. It just felt like there were too many ideas all trying to play out at once, and I get why. What BioWare was more than likely trying to convey here is that Orlesian politics are fucked. They're packed with betrayals, deceit, and smarmy attitudes. One party is trying to fuck over another, who's trying to fuck over another, who's trying to fuck over the first. And all three are in the wrong in their own ways, though to varying degrees. It's about the spectacle, and I get that. But I guess everything was lacking in at least one area to a point where I wasn't having as much fun as I had hoped for. Nothing made me go, oh wow, holy shit. It all just kinda happened and I was left waiting for that big wow moment that never came. I guess I would have personally liked to have seen less focus on little side objectives and more events that brought that excitement to the table. Like, what if all three were still rough around the edges in their own ways, but Corypheus had lightly corrupted each of them in their own way? You go through, pick one to definitely side with, and then one of the other two lean further into the corruption to try to come out on top as a last resort. So one scenario has Gaspard giving into Corypheus, another has Celine doing it, and another has Briala. Maybe if you play things just right, you could prevent all three from turning to Corypheus and figure out how to get the best ending. I know it's easy to just say shit like this, but if the writers spent all of this time making the quest as muddled as they did, I'm sure that they could pull off the same kind of dirty political writing with the twist that has you dealing with a different form of Corypheus' influence each time. The end result has Gaspard joining the Empress's cabinet officially, and Briala being involved in the background unofficially. Morrigan also joins the Inquisition as a liaison to the Empress, something that she seems to be lukewarm about, though she admits that it's probably for the best, seeing as the end of the world is potentially around the corner. When you make it back to Skyhold, you're told by one of the Chantry mothers that the Chantry is deadlocked on choosing the next divine. She comes here in the hopes that either Liliana or Cassandra will step up to fill that position, which is something that I didn't expect. But it's very welcome, and I can already see Liliana fulfilling that role after her entire journey to get to where she is. Then again, well, she's with the hero of Ferelden in my playthrough. Actually, as I find out later, it doesn't matter what I think here. There are heaps of little dialogue choices that I'd been making throughout the game that will affect this outcome, and the options aren't limited to the two initially presented, as Vivienne works her way into the fray as well. At this point, nearly all of my choices had been pro-Liliana, which again is kind of how I initially thought despite her promise to my warden. She claims that she would have laughed at the idea before, but it doesn't seem like such a stretch now that she has the power to steer the Chantry in the right direction. However, listening to Cassandra brings up some really good points from the Seeker. She claims that she knows that too much change will break the Chantry, so she proposes that the big changes would be that the mages simply govern themselves with the help of the Chantry. The Templars would be there as the muscle, protecting the innocent and not simply jailing the mages. That's a fucking great idea. Shit, now I'm torn. I may have enough time to turn this decision around, but at this stage I think I'm okay with either option, besides Vivienne obviously. We'll see. Returning to Skyhold has Morrigan kicking around to speak to. Of course, she finds a space furthest away from the rest of the team, as you might expect. What you might not expect is that her kid is here too. Totally forgot about that being a thing.
You're very tall. Mother didn't say you were a canary.
Kid needs a new mic, it sounds like one of my old videos. But yeah, Big M has been around doing her thing, and her kid seems to be able to see people's blood or some such creepy bullshit. She seems awfully impressed with the Inquisition and what it's built, which seemed out of character for her, but she's always respected power. She basically tells you that if everything goes according to plan and we squash Corypheus, then the world will be ours if we so choose. Which is a very interesting and very Morrigan way of looking at things. The reason that she wound up in Orlais was because it was the place that she thought that people would be the least likely to look for her, which is 1000% true. I'd look for her in a cave, up a mountain, in some fucking bog, swamp, but not in Orlais. So yeah. But my favorite part about the new and improved Morrigan is that, well, she's improved. Yes, of course, she's still herself, her personality has that bite and smolder, but being a mother has changed her. Even she's surprised that it did. Which is probably one of the most human things that she's expressed in these games. What started out as a means to an end became her son, and it shifted her to become more motherly and caring than she ever was. If she was a younger adult trying to find her feelings towards the group that she was thrust into in Origins, she's now a little bit older and wiser, a little less jagged and a little more nurturing. It's a really nice arc to see from her, even if we can't really delve much further into her character in this game. But beyond all of that, Morrigan confirms a lot of what we already knew or suspected. That the elven orb that Corypheus carries around is likely a big source of his power. That the dragon that he brings with him seems to mimic an archdemon, but with no blight, it's safe to say that this dragon is something else. The only thing that she mentions that's new is that it may be possible for my guy to use the anchor to enter the Black City, which is what the Golden City turned into after being corrupted the first time. If I did that, it may turn me into a god. It may also destroy the world, which is the same thing that Corypheus is trying to do. Turning back to our main task has us meeting with Hawk further west. This game took a philosophy that a lot of adventure games in this era tended to tout and ran with it. Create as many biomes as you can. Deep forests, muddy swamps, rolling hills, icy mountains, scorching deserts. It's a little excessive, but it does keep things kind of fresh. I mean, you're kind of doing the same stuff over and over again for the most part, but like I said, those level designers went nuts with the environments. Shit's really pretty to look at. When we eventually make it over to Hawk, we attempt to interfere in a ritual that the other wardens have begun, which has them giving up their free will to a Venatori agent while binding demons to each of them. It's here that the agent explains in great detail why the wardens have sided with him, and by extension Corypheus, which is exactly what villains tend to do. You know, big monologues, extensive detail. It's tough to impart knowledge to a player like this without it seeming video gamey, but the alternative would be me finding some correspondence or documents detailing the thoughts of these guys. So I guess I prefer this, it's like the lesser of two evils. The reason that the wardens have decided to fall in line with the Venatori is because of the calling that Corypheus forced onto them. With their minds addled with fear, they turn to this agent and his false promises. To them, the plan is to use the power of the demons to march down to the deep roads and kill the old gods which sleep there before they can actually cause a blight. Oh, that might actually be a point of knowledge that I never discussed. But a blight is caused when an old god awakens, transforming into an archdemon and raising the darkspawn to march. The theory is that if the wardens can kill the old gods outright, there would be no more blight ever. The Venatori used that concept along with their own fear to get them to willingly surrender to him, sapping them of any remaining free will. That's actually a pretty good reason for their perceived betrayal, actually. What the Venatori really plan to do is to have the wardens and their demon army march across Orlais, while Corypheus harnesses the power of a new blight to further bolster his armies. While he commands from the Golden City, he promised his Venatori generals power to rule over the mortal plane. I love when fantasy concepts can be so easily followed rather than relying on vague notions of mysterious forms of power. Because now I know the rules, and I know how Corypheus plans on utilizing these people. as opposed to it being some mythical and vague power that can change rules at the drop of a hat to suit the storyline. So after dealing with the Wardens and their demons, the Venatori agent flees towards the abandoned Warden fortress of Adamant. That's where things are going to come to a head, and we break to figure out the game plan before proceeding. Making it back to Skyhold has a small conversation going on between Varric and Hawk, with the former continuing to blame himself and his brother for stumbling upon the red lyrium and causing all of this in his eyes. I don't know if I agree, but I understand that this seemingly small thing might have snowballed into many of the issues that we're facing now. Still, it's hard to state outright that the Templars would have never found this stuff if it weren't for him. The Siege of Adamant kicks off with a large-scale battle between the Wardens who believe what they're doing will stop the Blight and the Inquisition. It's not quite the grand, sweeping battle that was shown off at Ostagar and Origins, but it's not bad. When you press your way to the center, a scene unfolds showing the leader of the Wardens prompting her people to believe in the sacrifice. It's a well-done scene, one that really showcases the steadfast nature of the Wardens in an almost sad way. Bringing along Blackwall has you getting the option to have him talk some sense into the Wardens, prompting the Venatori to bring in a dragon. I can't tell if it's the same one that Corypheus brought with him because I'm not a dragon racist. Or I am a dragon racist. I don't know, whatever one you choose. This display is enough for the Warden leader to realize that this isn't right, and the remaining uncorrupted Wardens join us in the ensuing battle. Eventually, everything comes to a head, and the Warden leader makes another critical mistake as she decides to slam the Venatori backwards away from the ledge. I don't know why either. But the dragon comes in and we all wind up tumbling. My guy reacts instinctively and opens a rift into the Fade, sucking us all in. When we come to, Cole is freaking the fuck out, claiming that this isn't right. He does that for a while before we meet up with what appears to be the Divine who died in the explosion at the start of the game. It's impossible to tell if it's actually her or not, and jabbing at any perceived inconsistencies only has her deflecting, claiming that she knows about things that she shouldn't due to the nightmare that resides here. It's hard to parse exactly what she's talking about, but it seems as though this place in the Fade is occupied by a fear demon known as the Nightmare, and that it's grown for a very long time after Corypheus initially unleashed the Blight onto the world. It's subservient to the Elder One, seeing as it's grown so much due to his actions. It seems to also absorb people's memories who come into contact with it, my guys included. Fortunately, we can recover them now, which has us defeating some enemies and remembering what my favorite candy bar is and the like. The end result has us witnessing what exactly went down leading up to the explosion at the start of the game, though strangely enough, most of the memory has my guy not even in the room. So, I guess it's technically not just his memories. Whatever. What we find out is that the power to open up the Fade did come from an elven artifact that Corypheus was lugging around, and that the Grey Wardens seem to be complicit in holding the Divine down as a sacrifice, and that my guy interrupted right at the apex of the ritual. The Divine smacks the globe onto the ground, and my guy has the most natural reaction that I've ever seen. Ooh, shiny object! I would have done the same thing. As we head further in, the Nightmare takes note of us. It tries to dissuade and break the group down, sending in creatures that look different to everyone here, reflecting each person's fears. This whole bit of Fade exploration harkens back to the previous games, even gifting you stat points if you're looking for them. It's really well done, and is probably the best iteration of the Fade yet. We continue to climb as my guy gains back more memories. This time it's shown that the Divine wound up dying right before my guy escaped, meaning that we've indeed been talking to a spirit who took on her form to help us out. At this point, Hawk is full on blaming the Wardens for everything, and his friend who came with us begins firing back, blaming him for the Kirkwall Chantry explosion. Great band name, by the way. When we make it to the end, a boss fight ensues with the Nightmare, which gets its powers reduced when the spirit that took on the form of the Divine kamikazes it. The fight itself is okay, I guess. It's kind of an average Rift fight, though to be fair, my build has had me impersonating Fred Durst for a good chunk of the game. So fighting doesn't, look particularly varied for me. The end of this whole sequence has us making a break for it, only for either Hawk or his Warden friend to stay behind and buy time for us. We get to choose which one, and the decision is obvious, but there's a point here that makes this decision a lot different. because Hawke's friend becomes either Alistair or Loghain if your decisions in Origins had them winding up as a warden. Now see, that would have been a lot cooler. Though to be completely honest, I probably still would have chosen Hawke to survive this. If Alistair was here as a warden, he would have been a sad man searching for purpose. This would have been that purpose. And Loghain... It's still a cool-ass variance that reflects a decision that you might have made 5 years or so before Inquisition released. When you make it back out, there's kind of that badass superhero moment where your guy shuts the fade and everyone cheers. It's pretty cool. Then one of the remaining wardens runs up to you with shit in his pants and goes, "Hey, where's Stroud?" Oh yeah, the warden who just died? Name was Stroud. He was the leader of the Kirkwall Grey Wardens and showed up in Dragon Age 2. It's irrelevant now, but you asked. Or you didn't. Anyways, my guy responds by telling him that Stroud died because these guys are fucking morons.
Warden Stroud is dead, thanks to all of you. He alone stood against Chlorel's madness. If not for him, you'd be dead, or slaves to a servant of the Blight. And you repaid that by branding him a traitor.
Inquisitor, we have no one left of any significant rank. What do we do now?
That guy just steamrolled over that accusation, huh? Dude blew right by that like his mom just found his collection of jarred up anime girl figurines. Your decision here involves you choosing to let the potentially corrupted wardens stay and fight, or to exile them. I chose the former just to see what happens here. Hawke takes his leave, quipping something racist towards Qunari at me before walking away like that's just something you do.
Good luck with your Inquisition. Try not to start an exalted march on anything.
Returning to Skyhold has us catching up with companions and getting any new quests now that we've hit our stride. Vivienne begins worming her way into the next divine talk, though she doesn't propose that she should be the next one. That's up to you. I'd rather see a jar of kosher pickles on the throne, to be honest. Solus is livid with the wardens, viewing their plan as a harebrained one. In his eyes, it would have been better for them to have done nothing at all rather than do what they did, which I completely agree with. Varric is disheartened at seeing another sacrifice in this never-ending war against evil, and goes to write letters to people to tell him where Hawke has run off to.
Baker's breath. Isabella's going to be furious.
Speaking of writing, Cassandra has taken it upon herself to detail what happened at Adamant Fortress, putting her steely resolve to a task that she never thought she'd find herself doing. In her eyes, a lot of what we know today from the past comes from legends, myths, and word of mouth. If she can write down the way that this actually turned out, it might help historians down the line to know the truth. It's a fun turn for her character, very insightful. Iron Bowl, I think I help him out? I mean...
Can you explain why I'm supposed to hit you with this stick?
Probably, if I try. It'd involve a lot of Qunari words, though. Just hit me with the stick, alright? I need to get over this demon crap.
Alright.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Damn demon. Who's stuck in the fade, huh? That's right. Iron fucking Bull. I needed that.
I helped him. His fear is mastered. Any fear he had? Gone. Or I guess soaking into his pants, I don't know. I fucking love this guy. Sarah goes on semi-coherently about wardens only being around when bad things are about to happen, but seems generally pretty sore about losing people also. Then she takes me out on the roof to eat cookies. And actually, I love this scene. She explains in her addled way that when she was young, she had an adoptive mom who took her in. And when Sarah asked her to bake cookies, the mom bought them from the baker. Then she lied to Sarah and told her that she baked them. Then, to cover up the lie, the mom told Sarah that the baker hated elves and to stay away from him. Sarah spent years hating the baker, only finding out about the lie after her adoptive mom died. The moral here is that she hates pride in people, but that she still wanted to share a moment close to her heart with the Inquisitor, as fucked up as it is. It's a really sweet scene that made me appreciate her just a touch more, and winds up with her stating that she wants to bake her own recipe to memorialize the Inquisition. The entire experience that Cole went through more or less has fucked him up. He feels unsafe, dreading the idea of changing into something that he's not, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. And now Cole's gotten it into his head that he needs to be bound to this realm with blood magic so that he can stay him. It's crazy seeing this spirit continue to collapse in on himself, his paranoia about what he is and what he could be consuming his every thought.
If you start hurting innocent people, I'll kill you.
Good.
It feels very similar to how Anders started to unwind, but obviously different due to how sporadic and unfocused that Cole is now. When you nab an amulet that's supposed to serve to protect him from being bound by a blood mage, something seems to interfere with the ritual that Solas attempts. Following this interference has Cole cornering someone who he claims to have killed him. Confused, our group stops him from murdering the guy outright. As it turns out, Cole is the way that he is because of how he materialized. Being a spirit of compassion, he reached out to help an apostate who was locked away by the Templar who we just saw. When the spirit couldn't help, he took on the shape of the apostate who starved to death, creating this mishmash of human-like spirit. Now the decision comes down to letting Cole work through this and becoming more human, or convincing him to let it go, becoming more like the spirit that he started as. It's a tough choice, but I decided to ultimately let him become more human.
Everyone can see me now. They remember. How do I put honey in Leliana's wine without her noticing?
I can help with that.
The end result has Cole becoming much more aware of his actions towards others, more understanding of their reactions. He isn't forgotten by people anymore, and he can't read their minds unless he tries harder. His memory is also much better, as the nature of a spirit tends to forget things as soon as they learn them. It makes talking to him a lot easier, as everything is less foggy and muddled. After all is said and done, you can take Cole out to Orlais for some food. The experience has other people seeing and noticing him, something that he was scared of because of what happened in his origin story. When he was outed as a spirit, he lost his only friend, and it seeded a deep fear into him about letting people know of his true nature, of his existence. It's only now that he realizes that about himself, and it causes him to finally grow into a character who's more than just a simple one-note spirit. It's a fantastic culmination of his journey, one that took the precarious and wildcard nature of him being a ghost and crystallized it into a wonderful story.
I might like being human. What do you think I'll learn next?
Blackwall has a good viewpoint of the other side of things regarding the Siege of Adamant. While everyone seemed to be pissed that the Wardens made such a mistake, Blackwall sees the intention of the Wardens. He sees the good that they tried to accomplish and blames Corypheus for turning that against them. It's naive, but I get where he's coming from.
When I was a boy, there were these urchins who roamed the streets near my father's house. One day they found a dog, a wretched little thing. It came to them for food. They caught it, tied a rope around its neck, and strung it up. I did nothing. Not a damn thing. It was crying. I saw the kicking legs, the neck straining and twisting, and I turned around, went inside, and closed the door. I could have told my father, or alerted someone. I didn't. I just pretended it wasn't happening.
Well, I wasn't ready for that. But it really helps to paint Blackwall in a way that I had only seen vague brushstrokes of until now. Blackwall does things because they're right, and it isn't for honor or for glory, it's not for riches or fame. It's because he knows that inaction can be the worst thing that you can do, which very much clashes against what Solas had to say. I really appreciated this story from the Warden. His viewpoint was clarified through a simple, traumatic childhood story, which is not an easy thing to accomplish. Blackwall's companion quest pops up after this, which has him simply leaving, a note in his area of Skyhold thanking you for the opportunity to serve the Inquisition. Further prying shows that he was interested in an execution that's about to take place, which is where you'll find the Warden. Well, maybe not the Warden. As it turns out, Blackwall isn't Blackwall. He's a former Orlesian captain named Tom Rainier, and he took Blackwall's name and identity when the real Blackwall died for him. Okay, this was the last twist that I expected, but it's fucking brilliant. Basically, well, Rainier here took a fat sum of money in exchange for killing an Orlesian general who was loyal to Selene. His employer wanted to win the favor of Gaspard, believing him to be the true heir to the throne. So Rainier ordered his men to slaughter the general and his family. He didn't tell his men who the target was, only that they were important. His men trusted him implicitly and followed his commands without question. Then he fled, being taken in by the real Blackwall. The real Blackwall saw Rainier's potential, and wanted him to kill a Darkspawn in order to gather its blood to join the Wardens. After doing so, more Darkspawn descended on the two, and the real Blackwall took a blow for Rainier. In that moment, Rainier's world was turned upside down, as he saw a man who brought true good to this world die for someone as lowly as him. Becoming Blackwall was his twisted method of atonement, and this explains so much. Why he didn't seem to care about myths or legends. Why his main personality attribute was to do good. Why he has so much respect for the Wardens. Why he was wandering all alone when all of the others had gathered in groups. The reason why Rainier decided to interfere in the execution of the man in Orlais was due to the guy being his left-hand man when he ordered him to cut down the general. After all the traveling and learning that Rainier has done as a warden and a member of the Inquisition, the guilt began to pile up, crushing him slowly and culminating in his interference as a way to atone for his sins in his past life. This was amazing, and it culminates in you leaving him here, or judging him yourself on the Inquisition's throne. It's a really rocky position, one that has Rainier mad at you for releasing him, claiming that you're just as corrupt as he is for using your influence in this way. The options at our disposal encompass either leaning into that and demanding that he continue his lie of being Blackwall, serving you until Corypheus is defeated and heading to the Wardens after, or commanding him to live on as Tom Rainier, choosing what he wants to do with his life and atoning for his sins.
If my future is mine, then I pledge it to the Inquisition. My sword is yours. If I'd said anything less, would an arrow from the rookery have snuffed me like a candle?
Take your post, Tom Rainier.
Good fucking god, what a scene. This was a fantastic twist, one that doesn't change much overall, but completely changes how you view this otherwise rather boring character. This might be one of my favorite moments in the game so far. The aftermath has Rainier stating that he didn't know a ton about the Wardens, just the basics, which worked out because of the secretive nature of the Wardens. But moreover, a point is brought up that I completely missed out on. Rainier never heard the calling. He never addresses it, never struggles with it. And it's one of those moments where I'm so glad that I just didn't think about that, because I would have dwelled on it more. I mean, I thought about it with Alistair, I don't know, it didn't register with me. And if I had questioned it, well, I would have at least begun to think about why Blackwall was lying. And that might have unraveled the entire twist for me. It's a really cool perk of not being able to see the bigger picture on that one. So where does that leave Rainier? Well, he's always idolized the Wardens as the ideal heroes, and he aspired to be that way too. He still does. It explains his attitude when compared to how Alistair felt, who would talk about the downsides, the not-so-good bits. It's the difference between somebody idolizing a firefighter and someone who's been a firefighter for years having seen some horrible shit. It completely reworked my perspective on my companion rankings, and likewise I think it's time for one more update. Two of our advisors also have some quests which pop up, Cullen and Liliana. Cullen's comes in the form of his lyrium withdrawal getting to a breaking point. He decides to tell Cassandra that it's time to find a replacement for him, but Cassandra basically tells him to suck it up. If the devil on his shoulder is Cassandra demanding that he continue to quit cold turkey like he has, I'll be the angel and tell him to simply drink and drive again. I might have mixed that analogy up. Wait, no I didn't. Upon getting back to Cullen, he's losing his shit over this decision. The urge to take lyrium again is devastating him, and it comes down to you to decide what he does. Fine, I urge him not to, which honestly is the more suitable option for his character. There's no way that he wouldn't regret it later. This is yet another of several dozen decisions that I'd love to see play out the other way, really continuing to cement this game as well done when it comes to your potential decision making having various effects on characters, interactions, and the story itself. It's definitely the strongest highlight of the game in my opinion, because the little decisions like these don't need to affect the outcome of the main plot to make a difference, which should theoretically help the game to not collapse under its own weight like what happened with Mass Effect 3. Liliana's quest has her looking over a letter from the dead divine Justinia, one that was to be given to her after the divine's demise. It points towards the chantry that Justinia started out at, a secret hidden there for Liliana to find. Arriving there has someone lying in wait, imitating a friend of Liliana's. Of course, the spy master knows immediately that it isn't her friend, but we play along until we reveal the secret that Justinia left behind. At this point, you can actually work on softening Liliana once again, pushing her back towards that attitude that she started with at the beginning of Origins, which is a really cool twist that reflects all Liliana has been through. In Origins, she starts out a lot meeker, unsure of her actions and how she should be proceeding, but she was also kinder and softer. If you choose to harden her there, she becomes a lot more confident and ruthless. It's a personality trait that I believe suits her a lot better to serve as an assassin, a rogue who helps to end the Blight, a servant of the Chantry, and eventually as a spy master. But now she has the opportunity to become the next divine. And to me that requires a softer touch, lest she become ruthless and a rigid leader of a religious group. Not the best combination. So I prompt her to spare this spy, allowing her to walk free when the old Liliana would have killed her outright. So I looked this up, and supposedly if I didn't push Liliana to spare the traitor at the start of the game, then this would be the end result. The problem is that I definitely did push her to spare him. However, there's another conversation later where I can tell Liliana not to worry about her men dying, because they're soldiers and that's what they signed up for. And by choosing that one little bit of dialogue, it completely locked me out of softening her. Which is cool specifically because of how random this little bit of dialogue seemed to be in the moment. So yeah, the permanently hardened Liliana reveals the secret, a box with a message carved into it. The message was to release her from the burden of being the Divine's left hand, and to apologize for using Liliana's talents in a way that may have hurt her psyche. If she was softened, this would have emotionally touched her in a way to become more kind and forgiving. As things stand, she realizes that the Divine's usage of her was a necessary evil, and that she must continue to work as she has to protect those who she cares about ruthlessly. She's fucking scary, but it's really cool to see her progress as far as she has throughout these games. Gone is the woman who began to question everything at the start of the game, replaced by the figure who's unafraid to continue to ply her trade in the most efficient way possible. I gotta say, I love this outcome as well. Both versions of her fit her like a glove, and I'm not upset about how things went down.
Doesn't Victoire have a young cousin, Lord Firmin? She dotes on him.
Yes, mistress. I believe that is so.
Good. Have him collected. He shall be an honored guest, and make sure the Grand Cleric hears about it.
At your command.
When I'm ruthless, it gets us where we need to be.
God damn, she's cold. What a fucking badass. The last bit of companion stuff would be from Varric once again, who's joined by a dwarven girl named Bianca, who shares a name with his crossbow. Though both of them basically state that Bianca is a really common name for a dwarf, writing off the naming as a coincidence. What Bianca has to say is that she found out where the main source of red lyrium is coming from, a dwarven thaig in the deep roads. With this intel, the idea is that we can finally put an end to something that Varric feels is his fault after all of these years. Traversing the cave has us fighting some of the first traditional darkspawn that we've seen in the game, along with getting some back and forth between Varric and Bianca showcasing their friendship. She's about as quick-witted as he is, which probably further points towards the crossbow being named after her. Eventually we make it to a point where it's pretty obvious that Bianca was the one who leaked the location to Corypheus, though not intentionally. She explains that she began to study the red lyrium, and found that it had been infected by blight. Blight can only affect living things, meaning that some part of lyrium is alive. Not knowing how to handle this, she goes to the Wardens for help, where she met Larius, the Warden Commander who we helped out in the Legacy DLC. Yeah, that bit where his mannerisms shifted was indeed Corypheus taking over his body, and well, Bianca went right to him with the information about where red lyrium was coming from. She didn't know, but I guess that doesn't matter now. This is the end of the actual questing, which surprised me, but I guess that makes sense. It's a companion quest after all, there's no point trying to go any further now that we have the answers that we have. Meeting Varric back at Skyhold has him continuing to blame himself, claiming that with how and who he is, he wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Cassandra dragging him here. Which isn't true, but he's beating himself up regardless. Talking to him about Bianca has the poorly covered secret coming to light that the crossbow was made by her, and was obviously named after her. The two had a romantic relationship for a while before they wound up causing trouble for the Merchants Guild, so much so that they nearly caused a clan war. Officially, they're not allowed within a very large distance of one another, but obviously that hasn't stopped them from occasionally meeting up. Also doesn't help that she was set into an arranged marriage to tie two respectable families together. So yeah, complicated history. I feel bad for the guy. At the end of all of this, Varric arranges a game of cards between most of the companions and advisors, with Liliana, Solis, and Vivienne sitting out. Oh, and Sarah, kind of. It's a really cool scene because it's the first time in one of these games where the crew came together to do something more fun. It is a little unnatural though, because the way that the dialogue plays out has each person reacting to a thing individually with a slight pause between each bit of dialogue. It makes for kind of awkward pacing, but I still enjoyed the scene overall, and it helped to cement these people together as friends, or at least good acquaintances. After all of this, it's worth noting that the character cards that depict each person in your character select screen change depending on your choices and actions, which is a really nice touch. I enjoy pretty much all of them, and that little detail makes doing all of this feel like that much more of a feat. There's one more point of order before hitting the main stuff again, which involves how the Templars have gone about obtaining their red lyrium beyond the initial mine that it was unleashed from. That would be due to their leader, Samson. Samson is someone who appeared occasionally in Dragon Age 2 as a Templar who was kicked out from the Order when he was found to be delivering messages between a mage and his lover. Being cut off from the Templar supply of lyrium caused him to turn to begging and smuggling in order to get his next fix. After the events of the Legacy DLC, Corypheus took on the form of Larius and found Samson, seemingly talking with him before the two disappeared entirely. Obviously, filling in the blanks shows what exactly happened with the former Templar, and Cullen has more than a few things to say about his betrayal. So this entire time, one of the important side quests revolved around tracking down the guy's new supply of red lyrium and putting a stop to it. This meant finding intel, investigating it, and then tracking it down to an area where it was discovered that the Red Templars had been buying slaves, subjecting them to experimentation and then using them as living farms to grow more red lyrium. As a side note, I'm a fucking nightmare of combat capability now. I couldn't comment on this before, but going the Reaver route and fleshing out my build has caused me to just fucking destroy everything in my path for the last bit of reputation building. I mean... This is like my favorite build across all Dragon Age games, and at this point I gotta commend the combat for how flashy and fun it is to play with. It isn't the most intricate system, but it's still fun at its core, which I guess is what really matters despite my build being finished and me not needing the extra points. There are some interesting combos here with the various trees, and while I'm not a big fan of the simplification of the tactics system and the like, I still gotta give it credit here. Either way. The finale of this entire ordeal is tracking down Samson and finding out that he has armor made of red lyrium. As our resident artificer puts it, that much red lyrium is gonna cause someone to go insane, or kill them slowly, or both. But it's made the guy all but invincible from the reports that we've received, so we get to work figuring out a weakness. This is where that mage that he helped out with the love letters comes in, as that same mage was made tranquil when Samson got the boot from Knight Commander Meredith. After the mage was rescued, he seemed to have enchanted this red lyrium armor to somehow function while not outright killing the user. So this whole thing ties together really smoothly, creating a story of a guy who had good intentions but is now taking out his poor circumstances on the rest of the world, along with the person that he tried to help out so long ago. It's a good side quest from a narrative perspective, but I would have liked to have seen some more cutscenes that actually involve Samson and his mage friend, rather than secondhand notes and dialogue. The problem with the game is supposed to be structured here is that you have these quests where you find something and then you have to go to the war table. You send an agent out on a mission that takes some time and go do something else. Then you come back, gain new knowledge and another cutscene, and then repeat the process. Even when you go to raid the area where Samson is at, he winds up escaping, and we find his mage friend dying from ingesting poison so that he wouldn't tell us anything. We find the tools used for Samson's armor, take them back to Skyhold, and get another round of war table waiting before heading out again. It's supposed to be one of these things where you're invested in the outcome over a period of time. But I think that this would just annoy me for the quest to stretch on and on with mandatory waiting between tasks. Hell, it annoys me even now with the war table stuff happening instantly. I feel like the devs just took a shot at trying to get people invested in these little ongoing quest lines, but the experiment just didn't pan out the way that they were hoping. Actually, the most fucked part about all of this is that the end of the quest simply has the Dwarven Artificer claiming that she's created the rune that will undo Samson's armor. And then that's it. I understand that it's prep work for facing down Samson in the main questline, but there was a lot of build-up for what I thought was going to be confronting him directly. I guess I get it, but the amount of back and forth had me pining for that big payoff happening immediately. Well, whatever. When you're ready to plan your next move, Morrigan inserts herself into your plotting, noting that Corypheus seems to be after an Illuvian, those mirrors that elves used to travel from place to place back in the day. Strangely enough, there hasn't been an interaction between Morrigan and Liliana, who worked pretty damn closely together in the first game. Either way, Morrigan shows you firsthand what exactly an Illuvian encompasses, bringing you to a place similar to the Fade but not quite the same. This area where all Illuvians connect is something that she's named the Crossroads, and lies between the fabric of space and time much like the Fade. It's a very interesting development, seeing as Illuvians have always simply been a connection from one mirror to the next before this, or at least that was the idea that I had in mind when they were mentioned. So now we begin to kick off the endgame at last, with a scene unfolding that shows our advisors sending in their respective forces to halt the advance of Corypheus towards the location of this Illuvian. It's actually a really cool and well done scene, with noble soldiers being called upon, scouts dashing through forests, and armies marching. It does feel like we've earned this after all of our preparations, and I have to give the game credit for making it feel like all of this superfluous stuff paid off, even if we technically could have bum-rushed this stage of the game if we chose to. Heading to the center of this area has us taking quite the hike through a jungle packed with fighting. It's actually not horribly done, as each part will usually have Inquisition forces fighting off Red Templars, instead of just making it an enemy rush with no allies to help. Though there seems to be a third party fighting here as well, one that Solus alluded to at the start of the game: elves. We don't know much about these elves for now beyond the fact that they seem to look different from the usual ones. When we make it to the bridge that leads to the temple where this Illuvian is supposedly housed, we get to witness a taste of Corypheus's power, showing the self-proclaimed god walking through a powerful barrier and then fucking melting like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Then he reanimates by using one of the nearby bodies, crawling out of it in a really damn cool display of power. My guy's Hot Topic goth-looking ass couldn't handle this right now, so we sprint in and shove the door closed just before getting melted by Big C's dragon companion. Once inside, Morrigan theorizes that Corypheus is able to take over the body of anyone corrupted by the Blight, be it Darkspawn or Grey Warden, though she doesn't know how yet. The issue now is that this whole thing doesn't seem to be about an Illuvian, as ancient texts point towards something located deeper within the temple known as the Well of Sorrows. Morrigan is instantly interested in this well, though not for the reasons that you might expect. Like I said, she's grown a lot between these games, and the old Morrigan might have simply kept the information about the well to herself and tried to activate it once we got there. Instead, she tells us that the well seems to impart great power at a great price, and that it's meant for the pure of heart. Her reasoning for wanting to use it is to preserve a part of history that mankind so often tramples over, an answer that surprises both my guy and herself. It appears that over time our witch companion has become a bit more romantic about ancient history, stating that we shouldn't just continue to build over the beautiful creations of previous ages. You know something? If we met some random elf who said this exact same thing, it would hardly mean anything to me. I would think, who's this hippie and why do I care? But this motivation works so well precisely because it stems from Morrigan, who's historically been a pretty damn selfish character. That's really cool to see, and continues to paint her as a new woman after all of this time has passed. However, So we meet with these ancient elves who apparently awaken to guard this place and the well when necessary. If you simply chased after Samson, who is also here and I definitely neglected to mention, then the elves will be hostile. If you decided to detour for some light puzzles, then they'll offer an alliance. Regardless of your choice, the leader will go to destroy the well before it can be corrupted. Morrigan whispers to you, claiming that you may need the well's power, muddling her motivation to preserve it from just 3 minutes before. I mean, I guess she can be about both, but it's a pretty fast turnaround for her attitude on the well. She takes off in her bird form after the elf, flying at a pace that I imagine would have her catching up in like 8 seconds. Of course, it doesn't play out that way as we make it to the end, cutting off Samson before he gets to the well. In a monologue deserving of an evil plan, Samson claims that he's been entrusted to absorb the well's wisdom and become a vessel for it so that Corypheus can use that knowledge to further his ascension to godhood. After destroying his armor with the rune that we received and then rolling through him a few times, Samson falls, still alive to be judged later at Skyhold. The end of this quest has us confronting the elven leader, who claims that he was meant to protect this well with his life, that by destroying it, he'd be destroying the last representation of his goddess. He realizes how foolish that sounds when we can use the well to defeat Corypheus, but he's still a bit stubborn, claiming that he was bound here by this purpose forever ago. After a bit of back and forth, the elf relents, claiming that he knows that his goddess was murdered long ago, and that if anyone deserves to partake in the well's wisdom, it'd be someone as seemingly righteous as my guy is. It's a strange set of circumstances because the elf doesn't care about Corypheus, claiming that he's awoken countless times over the years to completely different world states, but he knows that he's protecting this well for nothing but his own oath that he swore ages ago. So it comes down to deciding who should drink from the well, between my guy and Morrigan. Now Morrigan is extremely insistent on doing so, claiming that she would be able to best use the knowledge, and that she doesn't care about the risks. And as of right now, there's no real consequence for having her or my guy drink from it. But with the amount of shit that's come from other games in this game, well, I'm trying to prepare for the next game. And this feels like a really big decision. Part of me thinks that having my guy drink would spare Morrigan from whatever consequences might come from absorbing this knowledge. But I also know that historically BioWare will find a way to make their narrative work regardless of player choice. So why not lean into it? Of course, I might be wrong entirely, but call it a hunch. I just want to see what happens to Morrigan in the next game if she drinks from a well of knowledge dedicated to a literal god. So she takes the big sippy, passes out, wakes up speaking Elven, and then Corey enters the house. He makes a sound that can only be described as a scream of rage. Then he flies at our group while we run through the Alluvion. This cutscene could have used a little bit more love, as things happen pretty quickly. Though this was also the case in the scene outside of the temple, because the pacing was all off there too. Meeting back in the war room has Morrigan sharing what she's learned from the voices of the elven ancestors that now occupy a space in her mind. She claims that Corypheus invested part of his soul into the dragon that he's been using, and that it isn't a true archdemon. If we slay it, his ability to jump from body to body will be disrupted, making him vulnerable.
Your help will be required, Inquisitor. Speak to me when you are ready, and we shall begin.
Shit, that was kind of hot.
I'll see to Skyhold's defenses in the meantime.
I'll see to Skyhold's defenses in the meantime. So right, one final round of pin the conversation on the companion. I'll keep this one brief since most of them don't have a ton of interesting things to say beyond their reactions to what just happened at the temple. For example, Solus basically states that you should be in full control of the power of the well and power in general. Vivienne plans out a contingency plan for when and if Morrigan uses her newfound power against us, betraying Vivienne's own thoughts and personality. Dorian sees how the ancient elves strove to protect their tiny fragment of civilization, having not been wiped out by Tevinter after all, inspiring him to go back to the Imperium after all of this is over and try to save it. Cullen is seen praying, Cassandra goes on about victory and what might come after. Cole is trying to wrap his mind around Corypheus seemingly having multiple lives, while Sarah is trying to deny everything that we saw about another goddess as blasphemous, since there couldn't be another god if the Maker exists. And Blackwall notes that it's probably good after all that he isn't a warden, since it would count him out from the final fight, seeing as Corypheus could puppet him after. The real interesting stuff comes in my final round of who would make the best divine. I mentioned before that Cassandra seems to understand the nuance required to make sure that the Chantry stays intact while subtly shifting it to be better. But I never heard what Liliana would do until now. And she seems to be all for radically changing the status quo. This means keeping mages free from the circles, and having the Chantry be for everyone from all races and backgrounds. Shit, I kinda like that too. The only issue is the potential lack of stability, making this a tougher decision than I expected. But I think ultimately the Chantry hasn't always worked as is, and could even be blamed for how a lot of things have went down since its inception. Fine, I'm on Team Liliana again. Okay, so back to the good stuff. Morrigan is, her son ran through the mirror, which linked to the Fade instead of the Crossroads. We get to see another glimpse of the woman that she is now, calling out for her son the same way any concerned mother would be if they went to downtown Detroit instead of a much safer but still mysterious Aldi up the road? Following the trail leads us to her son and her mother, who makes another appearance in another game. This time, however, her appearance has much more gravity, as she reveals that, okay, I think I covered this in a previous video, but there's like 3 different versions of what happened to Flemeth. They all coincide on one point, that Flemeth was betrayed, locked away, and then fused with a demon to take her wrath out on those who wronged her. That demon would be Mythal, and Mythal is the goddess of the temple that we just busted out of. The same one that Morrigan just drank tap water from. I can't rightfully state that there's no way that the writers had this shit in mind for future entries when they came up with the initial myth and origins, but if they did, then my hat's off to them on this one. Man, that's fucking cool. Now I wish I drank the well water. Regardless, Flemeth claims that she's been carrying around Mythal as a part of her for a very long time, seeking to change the world, to gain a justice that she feels she deserves. This bit is vague for now, coming to a head in the Trespasser DLC. Oh my god, I'm at 49 pages of script and this game didn't get a real ending until the DLC came out due to time constraints. Okay, so because of the well's power being absorbed, Flemeth found Morrigan and her son. And since Morrigan fought to deny Flemeth from taking her body over to preserve her youth, Flemeth now wants the grandson's body instead. Or at least that's the initial thought. What Flemeth really wants is the soul of the old god that was instilled into Morrigan's son when he was still in her womb. Which is what happened... I'm trying not to summarize an entire game that came before this one, but it happened after my warden in Origins fucked her brains out so that he didn't die when he killed the Archdemon. It was mandatory sex for my guy to live, and it not only resulted in 2 Gatorades and a pack of Newports, but the old god's soul getting transferred into the soon-to-be baby. Flemeth now takes that soul and simply walks away, Morrigan and her son never actually being in danger. The aftermath has Morrigan completing her character arc nicely. She started out as a skeptical young woman who wanted to get out of her mother's clutches. She had interest in preserving old magics, but her primary goal was survival. After disposing of her mother temporarily, she decided to use the old god's soul as a tool to change the world and help to preserve that part of historical magic. But now after all of this, that's back in her mother's hands. What she's left with is to be a mother for her own son, who she prioritizes among all else, with or without the soul of an old god within him. With this sudden distraction out of the way, it's time to take on Corypheus one last time. Probably. Actually, he takes it to us, as he opens another breach right next to Skyhold, seemingly pissed off enough to attack us outright. It happens very fast, where you'd expect this to be one of those things where you march into the heart of blah blah blah, rip into the Fade, fight through that, come out into a palace of evil darkness with a convenient upgrade NPC just before the final room or whatever the fuck. Corypheus instead is just right there. Just right there. He's right there. The positive side of me is appreciative of this cutting right to the chase moment. The skeptical side of me thinks this sudden clash was due to time constraints. The skeptical side winds up winning out just because, well, this fight is very odd. So it starts out pretty normal. I begin smacking Corypheus, he jumps up onto a rampart and just starts killing Varric repeatedly. Just over and over. It's like his laser is racist against dwarves.
A beardless stone worshipper? Run as fast as your little legs can take you.
Then he retreats further in and just keeps blasting. I think I was supposed to retreat or something, but I don't. I jump. Man, I love jumping. Then he heads further in, we get resupplied, and it's back to phase 1. A cutscene interrupts the battle, showing a shapeshifted Morrigan as a dragon attacking the fake Archdemon dragon. Marvel fans are jumping out of their seats at this display of dragon jousting. Then Morrigan, I think she's the purple one. Whatever, she winds up with a head wound or something, and she's human now. Right before all of this, she told me not to worry because she could take care of the dragon. I am worried because she could not take care of the dragon. So yeah, Phase 2 is a dragon fight. It lasts maybe 17 seconds. Then it's on to Phase 3 against Big C. That one lasted 10 seconds. And here we are, a 12-minute mission from the war table to killing Corypheus. I guess we should have done this sooner. The end result has my guy ripping the elven orb from Corypheus and knowing what to do with it, thrusting it up into the sky and beaming the breach closed before sending Big Boss to the Shadow Realm. The end result has everyone happy besides Solus, who laments that the elven orb was destroyed in the fight. No one sees him again, and apparently no one thought to keep any sort of eye on him. I guess it makes sense, nobody expected the guy to just walk off after the fight. This whole ending was just the least exciting I think it could be. I mean, the musical beats were good, and the scenery was nice, but it just felt so underwhelming. Maybe I overleveled, but I really didn't completionist this game by any stretch of the imagination. I had a spare 23 points of power, hadn't unlocked quite a few things on the map, and really only did the main quest in each area before moving on. In fact, just counting through the quests that I picked up, I left about 78 objectives uncompleted in my journal and just wrecked Corypheus with no issues whatsoever besides his dwarf killing beam. Plus, even if the fight dragged on for another 5 to 10 minutes, this still would have been a very quick end for all of this build-up. I mean, we sat here and built allegiances with so many different areas around the map. We recruited former enemies, we helped the weak to become strong, we gained pledges of power from across Thedas. And the end fight isn't about all of them coming together to reward the player with a big event for their hard work, it's just about fighting this dude 4-on-1, or 5-on-2 if you count the dragons. Which is an even bigger kick in the nuts when you realize that Morrigan was a mandatory pickup in the ally hunt, and she affected the fight directly. I mean, how cool would it have been to see the Qunari roll up had I sided with them? Or to see the former rebel mages clear a path to the big man? I don't know. Now, fortunately, the rest of the game was fleshed out in DLC which followed. Wait, that's not fortunate at all. That's fucking stupid. But whatever, I got the DLC at least. I guess. I don't know, fucking EA, man. When we return to Skyhold, it's party time. And I gotta say, this is the weakest celebration and ending across every Dragon Age game so far until the very, very end. Basically, you talk to everyone and they all say about the same thing. Wow, that sure was crazy. We did it though. That's great. Enjoy the party. Then the end slides roll. And every single one of these end slides, besides maybe one of them, amount to the same kind of to be continued build-up. Like every single one of them goes, and then this happened, but that seems like it might lead to dire consequences. Celine is still the queen, but Gaspard plots against her and Briala has started an elven uprising. The Grey Wardens returned to society, but people stopped hearing from Hawk after he returned to their HQ, indicating something has gone wrong. The former rebel mages decided to abstain from joining the Circle again, instead starting up the College of Enchanters. But the distinct difference between the two groups has caused clashing from the start. The Inquisition went on to become a major power, but many are plotting to try to sneak into and use that power. The only thing that doesn't wind up with this kind of turbulence is the Chantry, which Cassandra does wind up becoming the divine of. She fixes everything up, has the Templars stand up for the weak and innocent, and gives mages more freedom within the circles. And then that's really it. I would have been really let down if that was the ending with nothing more to it, because everything moved so fast, and the end slides all amounted to, stay tuned for the next episode. I mean, if I had bought this game on release, played it through, and gotten that ending, I wouldn't have given any money for DLC, are you kidding me? But then we get to the very, very end, the aftermath after the credits, and well, Solus is actually the Dreadwolf. To those who have no idea what the fuck that means, okay, so first off, that's the name of the next game that's coming out. But more importantly, the Dreadwolf is the elven god of betrayal and rebellion. He basically sealed away the other elven gods so that they couldn't interact with the mortal realm anymore. That's the basic info. More importantly, it's revealed that Solas was the one who gave Corypheus the elven orb, hoping that the Magister could unlock its true power. He seems remorseful of this event, but refuses to submit to any sort of punishment while the elves still need him. He tells all of this to Flemeth, or maybe more accurately, Mythal, who gives up her power and presumably her life to the Dreadwolf. And that's where the fucking game ends. I mean, maybe this scene wasn't put in until the Trespasser DLC released, but I think I would have been livid if the game was basically like, hey, pay me more money to see the ending, after all of this. So we're at a bit of an impasse since there were actually 3 sets of major DLC for this game. I completed one of them already by accident without realizing it, which kind of explained why there was so much damn dialogue in it. It followed the last Inquisitor who disappeared 800 years ago. It took about 45 minutes and amounted to me directing beams of light across the map, heading into a fortress, finding the last Inquisitor frozen in time, and then fighting a dragon. So that's why I shot up 4 levels in such a short time. Huh. Well, here's my review of it. It was alright. The second bit of DLC is called The Descent, and involves me helping out the dwarves in the deep roads to push back against the darkspawn that are just running around. It has more to it than that, but it was more of the same. Like, it didn't seem bad, it just seemed like a distraction from anything to do with the main story. So yeah, I guess sorry to those who wanted to see my takes on the two, but I'm just gonna jump straight into Trespasser since it seems to be the most pertinent to the main stuff and the sequel which is coming up. Starting Trespasser has you being locked out from doing anything else in the game, prompting you to slay those dragons, collect those shards, and follow those long paths before continuing any further. As you'd expect, Solas and Cassandra are no longer available for your party, so it's a good thing that I haven't been focused on traveling with them. When it's time to start it, 2 years pass since Corypheus was slain, and we get a brief jump start into what's happened since. Cassandra did her thing and now goes by the name Divine Victoria. The Inquisition now faces threat of disbandment, after Ferelden has demanded that it do so because of how we've been perceived as being so buddy-buddy with Orlais. You ungrateful fucks, I did everything to make sure that Orlais was weakened at that masquerade ball. Not that Orlais is doing much to help us. I mean, truth be told, they're sweating too with such a strong army between country borders. As they put it, they would rather the Inquisition just join France freely rather than be subjected to getting carved up by the various nations in play. Beyond this, we find out that Varric was back in Kirkwall for the majority of those 2 years, as Dorian was in Tevinter and Blackwall was, I don't know, building a log cabin in the woods, the lumberjack-looking fuck. The meeting that we're attending is mostly to discuss the nature of the Inquisition, though we can catch up with our people before proceeding with it. Varric's the ruler of Kirkwall now. I know, right? It's fucking awesome. He's still himself, just doing things he wants to do, like making my guy nobility within the city or hiring his old mercenary troupe.
Guard Captain Aveline has been to my office 11 times in the last week to complain.
I mean, come on, that's amazing.
Oh, that reminds me. It's the key to the city.
You can't give that away without approval from the council and a special ceremony.
It's just symbolic anyway.
It controls one of the giant chain nets in the harbor.
Really? That is so much better than I thought.
This operates those giant chains. Can I try it?
No.
You know that one DLC in Dragon Age 2 where it was non-stop gamer humor? Yeah, this one little discussion had me laughing non-stop, so I guess they fired those writers. Blackwall is back to being boring and explains that he apologized to his former men for doing what he did. They responded by punching him. A lot. Josephine is still herself too, though she takes you out to watch some kind of show.
That was one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Cole rizzed up a bard and is dating her now. God damn! That's my fucking guy out there. Actually, his character progression in such a simple scene is outstanding. He uses his power to read a noble's mind, tells them that there's a merchant selling gems that suits his eye color, then takes his table to feed birds breadcrumbs. He's just doing things now. Shit's awesome. It's Iron Bull's birthday, and his boys want to get a big-ass dragon skull into his area as a gift. This means chatting him up and distracting him by using every bit of knowledge that you can to come up with discussion topics, which is a fun little minigame with no consequences if you didn't happen to pick up those perks at the war table.
Did you know that Ferelden has its own names for lords? The country is divided into Ternirs, governed by Terns. Inside those are cities and Arlings, ruled by Arls. And then there's the Banorn. It's a large area of countryside ruled by multiple bands.
Good to know.
This is like me in a video, shit. Why do I have the same reaction as Iron Bull does to what my guy is saying? After that near identity crisis, Sarah takes us out to throw shit. And then she more or less states that she's tamed the friends of Red Jenny a bit, ensuring that they'll be there for my guy when and if the Inquisition gets cast aside by those in high places. Let's see, who's left? Well, Cullen has a dog. Liliana schemes a way to have the Inquisition live on privately in the shadows instead of publicly like it has been. She'll later mention that she still intends to settle down with the hero of Ferelden when things finally calm down. And Vivienne treats you to a spa day with nothing of import discussed. Obviously the rest of the crew are off doing important shit and or being an ancient elven god. You can choose to purchase pretty much every herb, metal, cloth, and leather that you can to craft whatever you are missing out on in the base game, which was a really nice touch to help you catch up and make you feel prepared for the upcoming task, whatever it may bring. Honestly, it's a great start. And as much as I had issue with having to pay for the DLC in order to conclude the game, I have to admit the 2-year gap was great to see how people got on without relying on endgame flashcards. Okay, so the main event comes and has Ferelden pointedly accusing the Inquisition of invading their country under false pretenses. Like, taking back a fort from bandits who ruled it. Orlais, on the other hand, seems completely content with that, but remarks that they'd see the Inquisition stifled before crossing into their country any further. Fucking politics, man. At least it's exciting. The episode of C-SPAN is interrupted when Liliana sends for me, and it's revealed that a Qunari warrior has died on the property after fighting a mage. Iron Bull has no idea what that's about, seeing as he's Tal Vashoth now, and it's up to us to track where this guy came from. The blood trail leads to an active alluvion, and to my initial disappointment, something as trite as elven ruins. I'm sure some people nut over the prospect of pointy-eared, British-accented people having existed in the past, but I guess I don't care. Now thankfully these ruins do open up into this really cool valley-type area. Like just this big stone structure in the middle of these green rolling mountains. I don't know why this caught my eye so much, but it's really damn pretty. Something about a mountainous region with nothing in it besides a few stone structures and a body of water? I don't know. These guys really work their asses off to make some pretty environments. There seems to be traces of more Qunari warriors either dead or still fighting around us, but we have to get over to them to figure out what's going on. Also, there's this purple fire that just insta-kills you, so that's a fun addition. As you head further in, you discover that this was a sanctuary for elven slaves that seemingly was created by the Dreadwolf. Through his teachings, the Dreadwolf imparted an idea unto his newly formed group, that the so-called elven gods were nothing but very powerful mages who were worshipped as such. The Dreadwolf wanted these former slaves to know this, and to know that he was also not a god, but a simple elf. Further in, we pick up a power-up that continues to flesh out the idea that this is supposed to be a power trip with an appropriate challenge attached. In this case, we gain a temporary invulnerability that we can evoke whenever we feel the need. Well, whenever we have the focus meter to do so. I never talked about focus meter, but you gain a power-up from the anchor midway through the story where you can start using it to inflict massive damage or put up a barrier or stuff like that. And basically you build focus just by fighting over time. So this invulnerability is just another feature of that, I guess. This kind of power-up is key in making the DLC able to throw something a lot tougher at you than usual. And that becomes very clear when I start taking death blows left and right. I'm completely okay with this, and even encourage it after the fight with Corypheus being so lackluster. The Qunari here are not friendly at all, and even call out the Inquisition on sight as we arrive on the scene. This means that the Qun has denounced the Inquisition as an enemy, which made me immediately look up to see if this would have changed Iron Bull's quest going the other way. Turns out that they always would have betrayed us, but that Iron Bull would have joined them if he had remained with the Qun, which does make perfect sense. So we fight on through, gaining a little bit more insight into the Dreadwolf story while trying to figure out why the Qunari are here and what they're plotting. We don't come up with exact answers, but we have enough to begin investigations fresh at the Winter Palace. We can start talking to everyone here again, but this video is gonna stretch on forever if I keep doing this with companions. So I'll just say that they continued to remark on the current situation and their lives over the past 2 years. But weirdly enough, our investigation leads us to a different lit-up Alluvion within the boundaries of the palace. So it's time for more Super Mario 64, jumping through paintings and selecting a level. This time we wind up in the Deep Roads, a lyrium mine to be exact. Finding a human scout has him claiming that he was part of the Qunari until things got out of hand. Basically, the Qun is doing what it does best, planning an invasion. They see the Dreadwolf as an enemy of the Qun, along with all of its followers. This includes the Inquisition for, well, an obvious reason. So they've been mining lyrium to bolster their own mages, the ones who they keep chained up with their mouths stitched shut. This whole thing suits the fanaticism of the Qunari perfectly, as no one can touch lyrium directly besides dwarves without dying. So they've been using explosives to do their mining for them. This has us running through a pretty well-designed stretch of caverns, which surprised me because
I hate caves.
It still feels like a cavern, but the actual layout is fun and filled with twists that lose me for a moment but make me feel good when I figure it out. The end result has us battling to the center, grabbing some fuses, and destroying the mining operation before escaping. This is where things get much more interesting. We're still in the middle of this council trying to prove we're necessary to keep around in full force, and now one of Liliana's agents has apparently attacked a servant of the Winter Palace. This immediately raises my eyebrows since Sarah had noted that the elven servants seemed awfully compliant, despite her approaching them to help them get back at nobility. It's something that she hasn't seen before, as all servants tend to have issues with their noble handlers in some capacity. Nothing seems to come out of this conflict, though Liliana's agent claims to have found a Qunari note, which my guy doesn't know how to read. I guess that's possible considering that he never served the Qun, but you would think that he'd know. It feels like it would at least make up for me not being able to wear most helmets in the game. Liliana deciphers it instead, understanding that the Qunari are planning their attack very efficiently, something that she remarks on as being very smart compared to how Corypheus went about things. Their plan was to plant giant bombs all over the palace, detonate them, and then invade with their souped-up mages. I gotta say, this is the last thing that I expected from this DLC after the Dreadwolf reveal in the post-game. But it's still really fun to see the Qunari in action rather than just hearing about their feats through tales. Our next mirror is found soon after this, and our plan is to crush the leader of this Qunari operation before they can cause any more damage. We're led to a really cool-ass library, one that the ancient elves used to gather the knowledge of everything that they could, utilizing Fade spirits as their librarians. Now that's a really fun idea. I gotta say, it feels like a lot of the concepts in this game take the lore that's been built up over the years and finally compiles it to make it a reality. The engine upgrade was vital in this, but I guess I just wasn't ready for this level of intricacy. For as many faults as I can find with this game, stuff like this makes the world feel much more complete and interesting to continue to explore. These guys did a great job with this, even in the final throes of the game. Actually, probably especially in the final throes of the game. As you might expect, this whole stretch of area follows the same kind of formula that the Deep Roads and the Elven Towers parts did. You're tracking down Qunari, learning about the Dreadwolf, and following this pretty maze-like but well-designed path. In terms of learning, we find out that the Dreadwolf was the one who created the Veil, separating the physical world from the Fade. In doing so, he cut off many of the ancient elves from the physical world, leaving them trapped here until they perished. Kind of a different story when the other way of telling it makes it seem like these elven mages and scholars were gods. It makes sense with what they built here, as this ancient civilization managed to connect their knowledge gathered from each city using pathways assembled by spirits. They basically made their own internet. They worked hand in hand with these spirits of wisdom, connection, study, and so on, using their naturally helpful nature to build an empire more advanced than anything in current times. I gotta say, I've played so many different fantasy games where they will hammer you with these vague concepts of an ancient race, but won't go into explicit detail until like 20 years later, maybe? And even then, a lot of the times it'll be kind of this background information, oh, you found this note, oh, that explains this, whatever kind of stuff. BioWare speedran this shit in 5 years, going from elusive and muddled concepts to fleshing out what exactly happened. I gotta give them props here. So we make it to the Qunari specialist whose job it is to study and neutralize magic. She states bluntly that things have gotten out of hand, and that we can no longer be trusted to curb the magic in a way that doesn't endanger the world. She goes on about the breach, the assassination plot, why she's here, what she ate for breakfast, why the Inquisition is implicit in all of this. And then when my guy goes, "But who was Dreadwolf?" she turns and walks away. Oh come on, if you're gonna give the player the answer immediately after the credits roll, why play this Mickey Mouse game where my people can't know until the end? I guess it would have been pretty obvious if there was no cutscene, but Solas just wasn't around in the Inquisition after, so I mean, I don't know. There's no way that this wouldn't have felt a bit silly without rewriting things to have him stay on board. When we make it back, the advisors meet again to discuss what's happened so far. Apparently the Qunari were moving bombs not only into the Winter Palace, but to most of the important houses across Orlais and Ferelden. Man, give these guys anything that can be considered a useful tool and they will use it with impunity. I gotta respect that, they have hardly any weaknesses when it comes to war. Josephine grows a backbone for perhaps the first time in the game, this whole situation bubbling to a breaking point for her. She sees us as potentially the bad guys, not only because the Qunari planted elven spies within our ranks to help this whole thing happen, but because we've all but locked down the palace and are declaring martial law, keeping the Ferelden and Orlesian nobles under lock and key while we figure this mess out. And honestly, she's kind of right. As of right now, we may be trying to prove that the world still needs the Inquisition by doing what we do best, but the amount of power that we're exuding while doing so is pretty damn scary to everyone else that isn't us. It's actually a very refreshing narrative, because usually there'd be some kind of angle here that outright clears our name and dismisses everything as a misunderstanding. And there is, but it doesn't dismiss the fact that we're becoming the world police, and are able to cover up information, operate in the shadows, and exert our will unto every major power. So we've got one last foray into the breach, and I guess it's worth noting that my guy's mark on his hand is acting up so much that he's pretty sure that he'll die from it soon. Or at least that's the implication upon stepping back through the Alluvion. Fighting through the area has us running into a dragon which the Qunari plan on taming and using as the final bit of their plan, continuing to point towards the genius of their oppression. You can choose to kill or free it, of which I chose the latter because Cole claimed that it just wants to leave and not fight. Heading to the final Alluvion has the Qunari leader finally dropping the hammer of knowledge that Solas is working for the Dreadwolf. We're almost there, just a little more. By this point the anchor is absolutely destroying my guy, but he continues pressing onward to the place where Solas is supposed to be. The music here is great, seemingly taking hints from Mass Effect and pressing home the point that this is it. Like, this is probably one of my favorite tracks across all BioWare games, though the credit goes to Trevor Morris as opposed to Inan Zur, who composed the previous two Dragon Age games. The final fight to Solas is exactly what was lacking with the lead up to Corypheus. I suppose you could say that the trek through the Arbor Wilds on the way to Samson and the Temple of Mythal was supposed to be this, but what we have here just feels a lot better. I guess it helps that my guy is on the verge of exploding in Fade energy, so much so that if the focus bar fills all of the way, he'll self-destruct. So it's imperative to discharge it consistently throughout your fighting, adding a bit of extra danger to the already tough fights, while creating pretty awesome moments of destruction. The boss isn't the Qunari leader, but one of her boosted mages who goes nuts and has a really cool moveset. This whole thing is just about as perfect as I could have asked for out of a DLC. Had it been a main story thing, I think I would have wanted a bit more build-up and exposition with the Qunari, but I like how concise it is for bonus content. Well, bonus content that literally wraps up the base game story. What we're rewarded with is a giant lore dump from Solus, or the Dreadwolf as he now admits, though he apparently didn't awaken as the Dreadwolf until very recently. His people were more advanced than anything that we have nowadays, so much so that they discovered the key to immortality. They had countless marvels and structures which relied on the Fade and its magic. Those who started out as generals of armies became kings, and eventually the kings became gods, slowly writing history to reflect their desires. But then they got greedy. They kept slaves to help them, and they killed Mythal, the kindest of them. It was that moment that caused the Dreadwolf to make his move, creating the Veil and separating the Fade from the physical plane. It destroyed everything, made his people mortal, caused all technology to collapse. He basically reset the course of history in one sweeping move. Sounds like a cool guy. Then the other shoe drops. Turns out that the Dreadwolf has felt that what he did was necessary, but that his people have ultimately suffered for it. And they have. Elves are typically relegated to one of two roles in current society: living in the woods as hippies or serving other races with no will of their own. The Dreadwolf seeks to end that now, and in doing so plans on wiping out every other major power in society. Humans, dwarves, Kunari, you name it. When my guy asks why, he basically says, "Stay tuned for the next game, dipshit."
Why does this world have to die for the elves to return?
A good question, but not one I will answer. You have always shown a thoughtfulness I respected. It would be too easy to tell you too much.
He suggests that we turn our attention to dealing with Tevinter and living a few more peaceful years before he makes his move, which is so fucking cold. I love that shit. Because it's not like he's evilly cackling, he's completely remorseful in how this has to go in his eyes. When he gave Corypheus his orb, he had hoped that the Magister would unlock it so that the explosion would kill him. Then he would use the orb to return to the Fade, pairing it with the anchor and causing the Veil to disperse, which would basically cause an apocalyptic event that killed everyone but his kind. When he failed, the Dreadwolf placed his faith in my guy to stop the catastrophe that he had inadvertently unleashed. It's really fucking hard to hate Solus, or the Dreadwolf, whatever. You spend the whole game with him, listening to his quips, learning how he thinks. This betrayal doesn't feel like that "I was evil the whole time" moment, because it's not. It's a fantastic way to introduce a character that will be an antagonist, but without making him some bland and run-of-the-mill traitor.
I never thought of you as someone who would do that, Solus.
Thank you.
Fuck, man, this is so hard. Why is this so well done? I mean, you have this guy who basically said that he awoke in Solus's body and spent time among humanity, feeling as if they weren't even people because of their lack of connection to the Fade. When he was proven wrong by the friendships that he built, it made his task that much harder. Why do I feel bad for him? This is so fucked. He goes on to claim that while the Inquisition is a nice organization for now, it will eventually be corrupted as all organizations are, circling back to that point that was being made by Josephine earlier. The reason the Kunari plot was even discovered was because their spies messed up around his own spies, which is when he interfered in the plot by pinning the Kunari body that we found to the wall of the Winter Palace. He could have just let it happen, but he knows that even if everyone is doomed, they might as well be doomed in a state of ignorant peace rather than a state of Kunari reign. And then the Dreadwolf imparts one last kindness to our Inquisitor, taking his arm and keeping him alive before disappearing into the Alluvians, which he now has full control of. You get one final choice before this, to swear vengeance on the Elven God or to claim that you'll save everyone without him having to do this.
You don't need to destroy this world. I'll prove it to you.
I would treasure the chance to be wrong once again, my friend.
The finale has our one-armed Inquisitor marching in and deciding something that will most certainly affect the next game. To keep the Inquisition strong under the guidance of Divine Victoria at the risk of corruption, or to disband it officially, mitigating corruption but losing power. Okay, no one is going to know what the better call here is until the next game comes out besides the devs. And this is a really tough decision all things considered, but I ultimately decided to keep the Inquisition intact. I feel like it'll make for much more interesting conflicts later on, if it truly does affect the next game the way that I hope it does. What a fucking fantastic bit of writing and player choice. I mean, goddamn, these guys worked wonders here. Even when I got to the last options with the Dreadwolf, part of me wanted to spit in his face and tell him that we'll end his plans. The fact that I didn't choose that shows just how powerful these dialogue options were. The end result has the Inquisition dialing it back a little bit, but serving as the Divine's personal guard. What happened to your arm? So we get one more round of endgame slides, though these ones are much more thorough and detail what happened to every companion, which is the thing that I care about the most. The advisors all stuck around for at least a little bit, with Josephine in particular heading back to her family to ramp up their merchant business. Apparently Liliana also started seeing the hero of Ferelden in bursts, since both of them have had busy-ass lives. Varric ran Kirkwall, getting it back on its feet. Apparently that bit about Hawk causing trouble in the other slides didn't wind up killing the guy as he hangs around to help out Varric with rebuilding. Cassandra continued on as Divine Victoria, her duties keeping her from officially being with the Inquisitor. She also personally rebuilt the Seekers, who kept to themselves for a while before joining anything officially. Vivienne retained her position as the Grand Enchanter of the Circle, and nearly destroyed the College of Enchanters before Cassandra asked her to stop. Which is the weirdest bit of storytelling because the College of Enchanters was introduced in the vanilla game's end slides and then was almost destroyed in the DLC's end slides. But I guess they had to give Vivienne something to do. I mean, I kind of locked her out of all of her other options. Sarah officially swore to stop harassing nobles, but unofficially did exactly that. It's implied that the Inquisitor even joined her from time to time just to get a few laughs in. With Sarah's newfound devotion to the Maker and the Divine, her and her friends of Red Jenny watched the Chantry's back from the shadows, which is a great idea seeing as Sarah was the only other elf besides Solus in our troop. Had she wound up believing in the elven gods and not the Maker, she likely would have shown up as an enemy in the next game, which I suppose could have been cool also. The Iron Bull continued to be a big old mercenary boy, cleaning up things for the Inquisition by doing odd jobs involving demon slaying and Venatori gutting. Cole just went off with his new bard girlfriend, trying to make people happy, mirroring what Tom Rainier did in his own way. The former Blackwall went on to help those in need wherever he could find them, becoming a nomadic knight on a mission to help the world become a better place. And finally, Dorian went back and took his dad's place in the Magisterium after all, though with the goal of trying to stop infighting and the rampant corruption within the Imperium. That might be difficult for him to pull off, considering that the Qunari abandoned their grand scheme to take their frustrations out on Tevinter, hammering them with a large force of soldiers serving under the Qun. While we don't know where the Dreadwolf ran off to, it seems as though elves everywhere have started to leave their posts as servants, making a pilgrimage to God knows where. It really sets up the fourth game in the series as an entry that promises very big changes for Thedas. As the final scene plays out, the Inquisition plots to try to stop Solus, and hope that he can be made to listen to reason. The camera zooms slowly onto what will likely be the main hub of the next game, the Tevinter Imperium. Dragon Age Inquisition is what happens when you take the passions of a talented and engaging writing team and then tell them to create enough content to rival the Elder Scrolls. But here's the kicker. Whereas many Elder Scrolls games will have bursts of brilliance and incredible direction but mostly mediocre middle-of-the-road writing overall, Dragon Age Inquisition has bottom-of-the-barrel writing for 70% or more of its questing, with the remaining 30% being lovingly written, expertly crafted stints of fantastic story and engaging character development. It's like what would happen if you fused The Witcher 3's impassioned writing with all of the charm of Skyrim's Radiant questing and dull character structure. It makes it very difficult to talk outright poorly about the game, just like it's hard to praise it non-stop. On the negative side, this game is packed with bullshit, just overloaded to an insane degree. The reason why this kind of questing philosophy works for games like Assassin's Creed dispersing collectibles all over the place or Skyrim dropping Radiant quests left and right is because of how unimportant those games make their miscellaneous activities. When you look at your map or journal, you know instantly that these things are completely unimportant unless you feel like grabbing them. Dragon Age Inquisition's map and journal have like 40 things in them that will all have nearly equal importance, and all of which amount to, hey, get more power for the war table. When a mage approaches you in Skyrim with a random quest, they tend to go, hey, I left my car keys in the tomb of Sukamanutes. Could you grab them? I'll give you an amulet that lets you drink your own nut. When someone approaches you in Inquisition, they come barreling at you with, holy shit, Inquisitor, oh, thank the maker. It's bad, you gotta stop this, well, see for yourself. And it turns out to be that 4 wolves are traumatizing a small camp of orphans. You bop them and gain 1 war table power point. The end result is always the same, more power, which you then use to unlock new areas and repeat the process. The writing is minimal, with very few compelling stories that don't amount to more than picking up a box and bringing it back to camp. If you want cool armor, weapons, and accessories beyond making them, you have to get those from either looting or war table operations, which I'm not even going to start back up on the lobotomized decision-making that was mandatory wait times at the war table. The beginning of the game started with an explosion, no doubt as a way to immediately draw the player into the game. And that was definitely effective. What wasn't effective was then pushing the player into the hinterlands and not directing them in any way that would have them inferring that there was no need to continue to linger in it. When you're starting out, every objective seems important. You don't know what the PowerPoints mean. You don't know if what you're doing will have a drastic effect on the game or its factions. You don't know if collecting shards is as important of a task as collecting supplies, or doing constellation puzzles, or following the first quest that you get in each area that your scouts give you. If you don't close any rifts, how will this affect the end of the game? How would you know? There's no way to tell. Yes, of course the devs had a rickety start when the development process began, leading to many of these issues. But even a brief conversation stating, hey, I know that you want to help, but just come back to the war table when you feel ready and we'll figure out the rest, would have been a huge way to help the player understand that these things aren't necessarily life or death. When you do figure out that you can hop from place to place with no issue, it becomes painfully clear that the exploration is much more limited than you might have initially expected. Climbing is practically impossible. Mounts move at the speed of a small toddler. Shortcuts are unfeasible with the environment layout. You quickly learn that just because your objective is a straight line to the right, that it doesn't mean that that's the direction that you should try to go. There's next to no freedom of movement, making everything feel abhorrently slow. You start to ignore rifts or shards that are at a higher elevation than you thought they were. Because you know that if you're trying to get shit done, you're only going to go insane stopping for every little thing. 13.1% of people on Steam got the achievement for completing the base game, and I understand why. Because even the finale of this game before its DLC absolutely pales in comparison to both of its predecessors. In Origins, you fought your way through a war-torn Denerim. There are darkspawn everywhere, the archdemon is burning everything. Your party splits, with one team holding the line and the other team storming the main fortress. It's fucking great, and it feels good to do, and the stakes are the highest that they can be. With the second game, the Chantry is blown to shreds by your own party member. The mages and the Templars are fighting in the streets. The mage leader morphs into an abomination. The Templar leader siphons power and goes nuts from red lyrium. It's just back to back to back, set piece after set piece. And so how does Inquisition follow this up? Corypheus shows up and you fight him immediately. No build up, no twists, no splitting the party, he's just here. You beat him. The end. Buy the DLC. But then you get to talking to your companions, understanding who they are, their character traits, their struggles, their likes and dislikes. You listen to their banter, and you start to care about them. Their personalities are so well written, so different from one another, but still so human and realistic. The companions are your main tether to this game, the thing that truly draws you in. The main story and all of the issues that you have to sift through, the people that you have to recruit, the struggles that you have to navigate, that's the follow-up. And it's also masterfully done. Big moments feel like something that you created or worked towards. Decisions that you choose between are gripping and make you curious about the other side of things. It's an absolute pleasure to play through these quests, with the Trespasser DLC being a genuine work of art with how it goes down and what it brings to the table. Setting up for a sequel has never felt this good. and it doesn't just rely on a cutscene of some bad thing happening. It takes someone that you knew and trusted, and shows a side of them that you hadn't seen. It drops bombshell after bombshell of knowledge, twists, and cinematic eye candy. And when it's all done, it does a glorious job at making you want to know what's going to happen. These things together bring a game that could have been soulless to the front of the line from a sheer storytelling perspective. I cannot stress this enough, I've rarely been this pleased with writers. Which makes all of the shortcomings that derived from straying from the developer's usual style to emulate its peers that much more depressing. Inquisition is a good game with a big asterisk next to its name. One that will always have me saying Dragon Age Inquisition is good, but you shouldn't have to prepare people to enjoy a game. You shouldn't need to tell them that it's awesome, but only if they avoid this and stray from playing too much of that. BioWare does still have it, at least judging from this 9-year-old game. I'm not counting Anthem. Or I guess Andromeda. They just need to stick to what worked best for them, not get caught up in what's traditionally successful. I'm actually excited for their next entry, which I honestly didn't think I'd be saying at the end of this. Of course, I think they fired their entire writing team. It's like a completely different studio now. Oh boy. But regardless, with how well they did in this game with the storytelling and decision making, I'm looking forward to Dragon Age Race War. Thanks for watching. I need a break. Like a 5-day break. Hell yeah. No idea what I'll hit next, but it'll likely happen in January. Until then, I have merch over at my merch shop. Only problem is that it costs money. Weird, I'll get that looked at. I have a Twitch where I stream nearly every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. I have a Twitter where I tweet nearly every month. I have a Discord where people chat nearly every day. And I have a Patreon. And that's it. Have a good one.